Everyone. This is Lori Charlton. It's March 4th, 2025. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Board of Finance. Call the meeting to order. Mr. Mattold, would you lead us in the pledge of allegiance?
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Members of the public who have dialed in or joined via Zoom tonight, please know you are muted and will not be heard by board members. And there will be no live public comment until called for during the meeting. We welcome public comment on voting items, and I will open up for comment on agenda items 5 to 20 as those items are heard. If you're on Zoom, you can indicate now or at any time prior to public comment via the chat function that you'd like to be heard, and please plan to limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes. Members of the public are always encouraged to send their comments and questions in writing to the board, and you can do so via the town website by navigating to the Board of Finance page and clicking on Contact the Board. All right, we have a lengthy agenda tonight with numerous voting items, so let's make sure we keep each other on topic so we can get through all these while we're still alert. We'll move right into item 3 to hear an update on the Town of Fairfield Capital Plan and Debt Service Waterfall. The backup for this item is posted starting on page 1. We are not going to go through this capital report in detail. As the board will recall, we've had several updates on this plan since the fall, including a fairly lengthy update just a month ago. So really, this plan is just here for reference for the board, so that as we're deliberating the resolutions before us tonight, we can see them on the plan. Mr. Harris, is there anything new or significant that you want to point out on this plan that other than that might relate to the voting items that come before us?
No, I would just point out, the one thing I would point out is that since this was reviewed in early February, we did make an adjustment to include a inflator for WPCA projects. We still are under the 9% waterfall threshold. But other than that, there's no significant change since we last met.
Okay.
All of the items that we're going to discuss are.
Okay, great. All right, so we can just, I don't know if anyone has any questions, but I'll just ask that we hold questions that relate to any projects until those projects come up for.
Can I just say,
Yes.
is that change on this schedule?
Yes.
Just show us where.
If you go to the, it's in the capital plan changes, a page that has changes since 2/6.
During the out years, WPCA shown previously, numbers did previously have escalations in them.
There's a section that begins with changes since 2/6 BOF meeting. Just near the back.
Do you have a page number at the bottom?
Yeah, well, all of the pages are not numbers, but it's page 1 of, there are 4 pages, I believe. 5 pages.
What percentage?
It's next to go to the bottom and go to the second from the last page.
And Tom, these are in the projects in the out years, right?
Correct. These are all.
Doesn't hit anything that you're going to be talking about.
What percentage did you end up using, the 5%?
We use
Yes.
5%.
For the inflation.
I know we talked about it, it's not good.
Thank you. All right, so everybody just hang on to that for reference to use item 4. To hear an update on the WPCA financial plan. The backup for this item is posted online. It is in a separate document entitled Additional Backup. And within that document, the relevant materials begin on page 14. Just brief background on this item for the benefit of the public. As we have discussed previously in a number of meetings, the WPCA has a large number of capital projects on their plan that they intend to put forth for approval this year, starting tonight and continuing over the next 10+ years. Typically, when those projects are funded through borrowing, the bonds are issued by the town of Fairfield, but the debt service on those bonds is assigned the WPCA to be paid for from their own service fee revenue. All are part of the debt service on those bonds. So we asked management to put together a long-term financial model for the WPCA so that they and we and the WPCA Commission could be confident that the entity would have the financial capacity to absorb the debt service for these projects over the long term. The board may also recall that when we voted on our debt service policy 2 weeks ago, one of the things it specified was that debt assigned to the WPCA and not included in our net debt ratio from a policy perspective would need to be supported by a financial plan. And the administration committed to the board that we'd have that plan and a proposed funding policy in place before we were asked to vote on this progress. So that's why we're going through this tonight before we vote. The Fund Balance Subcommittee, which is me, Mr. Curley, and Ms. Ruggiero, have been meeting periodically with the administration since October. And among our other activities, we've provided input on the plan requirements, and we have reviewed and provided input on some earlier. Having a plan like this in place is incredibly important for a number of reasons. And I just want to thank everyone who made this happen, in particular, Sabrina Bernardi and Michelle Gore, who's here with us tonight. So with that, I will turn this over to the administration. Michelle, are you going to take us through an overview of this?
I can start the discussion, and I will also rely upon Mr. Harris to support the discussion.
Okay.
So as general manager of the water pollution control in Fairfield, I'm just going to give a note that sole rep of WPCA at tonight's meeting. That being said, my education and professional experience is in engineering and compliance management. As such, I did seek support and expertise from the town's financial department, so Tom Harris's team, to prepare this financial plan. I'm also actively engaging with professional consulting services to perform a cost of service study for WPCA, and I think that would best inform this plan as well. So just wanted to give that one note. But I'm happy to lead off the discussion here tonight. And I think I would like to start the discussion with looking at the WPCA capital plan piece. And the printout copy that I am looking at has that capital plan identified on pages 14 through 15.
Yeah, okay, just for the public, for reference, that is in the main backup document, and I believe it's on roughly page 35. So for the board, it is this document here, one pager, two-sided. Thanks, Michelle.
Sure. So just to bring to this board's attention that capital plan has been updated to bring current and near term, and by near term, I mean projects that are seeking authorization to initiate within the next 5 years, the project costs and schedules up to date to 2025 best engineering estimates. And as Mr. Harris identified earlier, we've applied an escalator similar to that which has been applied to the town's capital plan. There is a footnote identified on this page or this tab of the financial plan, citing the reference for that inflation factor. The reference that was used is directly from Connecticut DOT's estimating guidelines. We have the highest level of confidence in the 2B authorized projects for pump stations and force mains. This was informed by the most recent preliminary design conclusions from our consultant Ty and Bond. Our plant improvement projects, there's 3 phases of that project identified on our capital plan. Those estimates and the schedules have been informed by the Woodard and Curran equipment condition assessment report from 2024. Our roof replacements, that estimate was informed by an October 2024 analysis by the Garland Company, who performed a preliminary assessment of our WPCF building roofs. The sludge management study estimate was informed by the City of Stamford WPCA's project for same. So we use benchmarking there. That is actually based off of 2023 dollars. The outfall investigation and repair, that came to us from a cost estimate from our on-call engineering consultant, Wright Pierce. That was provided in January of 2025. And then finally, our capital equipment, which is actually our fleet of vehicles. There's one vehicle identified for replacement in fiscal year 26. That was informed by a vendor quote that we just recently received in the month of February. So I just wanted to bring the board up to date as to level of confidence in costs and schedules and where our highest level of confidence is outside of projects that have already been approved and authorized for funding and are currently actively underway. I'll also just brief the board that several technical studies were used overall to inform this plan. And those studies include those that I already listed, in addition to other studies primarily performed by Wright Pierce. So Wright Pierce had performed a phase 5 sanitary sewer evaluation study. That study was completed in January 2024. That has been what we have used to inform our phase 5 inflow and infiltration project, and that project continued. That's a 2-phase project. The March 2018 pump station evaluation, also performed by Wright Pierce. Our February 28 wastewater facility plan by Wright Pierce, and our January 2017 inflow and infiltration evaluation by that same consulting firm. Also want to let the board know that this plan, now that it's been brought up to current time, is being updated quarterly. There are monthly meetings that are now scheduled between WPCA, so myself, between our capital projects and operations office and the finance department. It's also informed by those who are PMing, project managing, from our engineering department. And that's really for us to assess active projects that are currently in progress, and also review timeframes to ensure authorizations are being met. All of these updates are being fed to our WPCA financial plan. And that's the reason why I thought starting with this part would be the best place to initiate tonight's discussion. Are there any questions specific to what I've reviewed in regards to WPCA's current capital plan before I move on?
Yeah, I'll open it up to the board. I just want to the extent anyone has any detailed questions on projects, especially those that are coming up for a vote tonight, we'll cover those when we vote. But any overall questions, Jim?
Michelle, this is Jim Walsh. I was at the meeting that you had with the fund balance and debt committee. And I just want the board to know, I guess, and correct me if I'm wrong, the accuracy of the numbers is really for the first 5 years, correct? No idea after 2025.
I wouldn't say we have,
2030, fiscal year 2030, I think.
I wouldn't say we have no
Accuracy.
idea. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say we have no idea. And so those technical studies that I just listed did inform those estimates. But again, several of those studies are dated at this point. They're 7+ years old. So not only are those estimates dated, but we have to also consider the condition of our infrastructure and how that's changed over the past 7, 8, 9 years as well. And the additional needs that we likely will need to meet when we actually perform these upgrades and these repairs. It's going to look different than what it did in 2016, 2017, and 2018. So I would say yes, for all of those reasons, the estimates for those projects greater than 5 years out, there is a lower confidence in.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I mean, you know this as well as this board knows it. How drastically off these funding requests have been from what was in the waterfall that we've had come before us over the last 3 years.
And I wasn't here previous to
Yeah,
August
but-
of 2024, and that's why this has been a priority of mine, as well as our new capital projects and operations office, as well as our Department of Public Works and our finance department, to gain more confidence and surety in WPCA's capital plan. And so the plan that's being presented tonight is a plan that has a higher level of confidence in the cost estimate projections for projects that are currently looking to be authorized within the next and starting on in the next 5 years.
All right. Will you be able to keep track of these projects for these 5 years against what you're telling us today, or what they end up being over the next 5 years, so that when we're looking at this 5 years from now, we'll know how accurate we were?
Yes, this is part of our standard operating procedure moving forward. And so we are ensuring that we're updating this plan on a regular basis. Right now, we're updating it quarterly, and then on an annual basis, we're taking a very close look at how the plan is marrying with our financial plan, as well as our funding policy. This is typical for WPCA's across the board, is that their capital plan, their funding policy, as well as their long-term financial plan is it's really forms the framework of our success in moving forward with our capital projects, ensuring that we're able to maintain our utility infrastructure in a timely way. So those are, at a minimum, should be reviewed on an annual basis, pre-budget cycle.
And I understand that, Michelle, because we're going to be updating it quarterly, like you said, and you said it at the meeting of the committee last week. What I'm saying is, from tonight's date, for these projects that are going to be done over the next 5 years, while they may be changing, I would like to be able to track how far they were, maybe, hopefully, I'm praying under budget. But if not, what they were to the budget, this plan set tonight. Will you be able to keep track of that?
I think that we can keep track of that, and I think that we currently are. And so how we are managing even townwide the capital plan and tracking modifications to the plan from quarter to quarter, is that what you're referring to, Jim?
Actually, yeah, but I'd like to be able to refer to the March 4th meeting of 2025. Say, how are we doing on the 5-year plan versus this day? On the projects that we were supposed to do within 5 years.
Yeah, so we have a modification sheet, but I think what you're asking is, can it be kept cumulatively and not just
Yes.
quarter to quarter? Okay.
Cumulatively, because I would like to see how these experts did globally on this 5 years.
That's fair.
Supposedly, it's supposed to be the most accurate tonight on those 5-year projects.
Okay, so
And I
can we
think
put that
for-
request in?
Yes.
Yes, we can, and we're working on trying to do that system-wide, but it's requires some solid.
I just think it'll give us better confidence down the way.
No, I
that,
agree.
you know, hopefully it comes in under. I mean, that's
And where we
the
get
goal.
things wrong, why? What can we learn from that? How does it inform a better?
Maybe it was a capacity issue because we needed to do something different. But
Agreed.
assuming it went all the same and it's a 20% increase, I want to know how we were off by that 20% when we
Correct.
worked with all of our people, all of our experts, and we thought this was going to be the plan. Because I'm still not sure how we got to the last thing, but whatever. I'm not going backwards. It happened. We've all had to fund much more than we thought. But I'd like to start looking at it more holistically. And Michelle, I really appreciate you putting this all together. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it, to be quite honest with you. But I think we've got to all, now that this is done, track whether we're hitting the numbers we thought we'd hit. And I get it. 5 years, after 5 years, on most budgets, probably off. But so I just would like to try to keep track cumulatively from this evening's plan.
All right, so we had you.
Michelle to do that.
Okay, great.
Thanks, Tom. I really appreciate that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walsh. All right, do you want to, and thank you for going through the capital plan. Do you want to hit the highlights of the financial plan?
I would like to. So I think the next tab or page I'd like to direct the board to would be page, it's page 13 on the printout that I have. So the debt waterfall. And so the capital plan is directly feeding into our debt waterfall. And along with that, the debt service, which starts on page 4, at least of the printout that I have. And I'm going to rely on Tom and David if they would like to walk the board specifically through the debt waterfall or support the discussion on that.
Yeah, I think everybody has to page through. It's in this package. It looks, you'll recognize the waterfall when you see it. It's kind of halfway through, and it says WPCA debt waterfall. Unfortunately, our pages aren't numbered on here.
Basically all the pages from a massive spread, so.
That's it.
Okay, so he's gonna take us through this, Tom or David?
You need, I've got time.
Is this on the back of the page?
You guys, you wanna?
We're trying to.
Yeah.
Top right, it says debt. One of one.
It's about.
Wait for this back.
This is not far off from what we've shown in the past.
Okay,
But,
so these are the numbers that are feeding into the,
well, the capital plan feeds in.
into the financial plan.
They don't use the same percentage benchmark we use on the town side. It's tied more to the ability to pay, which then goes into the overall financial plan, which is subcommittee had. But the projects are laid out here based upon the cash flow that we project. I know that we're coming for a number of projects this evening, but obviously they're not all gonna be funded at once. They're gonna be worked on over the next few years.
But this is, so the total is everything, the town and.
This is on WPCA.
This is WPCA only when you see this debt waterfall.
This is specific to WPC.
So can I ask a question then? If I look at how do I track these numbers? So if I look at all right, so for my colleagues, it's on the 4th printed page. We have this estimated revenue requirements. We basically have the P and L for the WPCA. Going out for and there's a debt service. So how does the debt service line tie into the waterfall? I think I see it. So I think if I go in the right-hand column. Okay, I see it now. So in the right-hand column of the waterfall, you see the debt service numbers, and those numbers, like the first one, 666,000, that's the debt service number in the column. Okay. So we have this waterfall, and this is feeding directly into your P&L projection or your financial plan.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Okay, so that's the waterfall. And what was the second item you wanted us to, and so this, and then the numbers in the waterfall, the debt obviously comes from the capital plan.
Right.
Okay, you said, what was the second item you wanted to highlight on here?
And then that was it. I just had wanted to highlight, on the debt waterfall, the debt service piece of it.
All right, so for the plan itself and what all these pages represent, can someone, Tom or David or Michelle, do you want to just hit the highlights on this?
Sure. And so moving to the financial plan itself. And I'm just reviewing my notes. And getting to the right page.
But now let's roll forward.
Yeah,
It makes
Just
sense.
hit on the fund
Can I make
balance,
a
just,
suggestion? Is it okay if we start with like the P and L, which is at page 4? Does this have all the major assumptions on it? So you've got your projected expenses that you're gonna budget, your debt service, and then your revenue requirement, what you used for calculations there.
correct.
Do you wanna hit the highlights on that?
Michelle, you want to go through your revenue? You're assuming 5% revenue growth a year? Getting this, you want to go through that?
So our primary revenue is coming from our sewer user fees. And the sewer user fees are increasing exponentially. You'll see the note on that specific page from both growth and consumption increase, but it's primarily growth, projected growth increase, and that's based off of historical data. This is where our cost of service study is really going to inform how our revenue looks and what it can look like in the future. In addition to our rates, we're in this plan, we're assuming a rate increase, an annual rate increase of no more than 5% a year. And to maintain the rate steady in that way, we're setting aside for the first time, I think ever in this WPCA, a stabilization fund as part of our fund balance. So there's going to be initial blip in the first year that's higher than the 5%. And then the assumption, this is purely assumption that's being made to inform the rest of this plan that we're going to have that annual increase of 5%. There's more that we could do in generating revenue for sure beyond our sewer user fees. We could take a look at our permit fee structure as well as our I&I rate structure. That's something that I'm also pursuing through the cost of service evaluation. Our permit fees have not been increased in probably about a decade or so. They're very much on the low side. We do not utilize surcharges. We also do not utilize something called a benefit assessment fee when it comes to funding our capital projects that are in sewered areas where there are potential users who are not connected to the system and are not paying into the system either. So these are all vehicles to add to our future revenue that we have not utilized in the past, but we could make use of.
A lot of questions. Jim Myers?
So Michelle, where it's highlighted and it says additional funds needed to keep the rate increase at 5.01%. Is that meaning that you're gonna need to take that from fund balance?
Right.
Okay, and is there anywhere in here that has the actual fund balance by year? What's the?
It does. If you go to the, and again, on my printout, it's the fund balance roll forward, and it's on page 2 of what I have.
Should be page 2 of your printout, so it's before that.
Is the fund balance for this year 17 million?
Yes,
Right.
correct.
Is it, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So it's the intent to pay for some of these projects by doing a couple of things. One is through user fees, but also taking sums of money out of fund balance. Is that the game plan here?
I mean, this says that there's a fund balance available to pay the debt if necessary, because I mean, you built up a healthy fund balance. So this is really to show that this is a self-sustaining entity.
Instead of just paying for a project, you can spend out of fund balance over a period of time, because one of the things that's been occurring is as much as they set aside, all their surplus goes in as well, so the fund balance does continue to grow, and they anticipate it growing either way. They can draw on it, to smooth out their rates based upon, you may have a larger year for growth
Yeah.
system or not. That was one of the big.
So does these, and I'm sorry I know other people have questions, but just so we know what we're looking at, the numbers here. So I think we're familiar with the 17 million. We remember that. But then when you go to the out years, the numbers, what do the numbers mean? Like in fiscal 26, we show 16,777. And then what's the number? what's that 674 brackets below that? What does that mean? Does that mean you're
That's the
using that much
shortfall,
next year?
that's the shortfall or surplus. That's what that line is,
So that means so in fiscal 26, you'll take 674,000 out of fund balance in order to
Right.
keep your rate stable.
right?
And then even by doing, and so even using your rate stabilization fund, you're projecting your fund balance growing to.
Yeah,
31
and
million. Okay.
And yeah, and I also want to add a caveat here is that there's certain expenditures in our operating budget projections that are assumed to be flat across the board. Those are not necessarily going to continue in that way. I think one great example, current example of this year, I know it's been talked about at length, both at this meeting and the subcommittee meeting for this board and other meetings, is sludge management for WPCA. Now that's a significant operating expenditure that WPCA had not planned for. It's something we historically have not had, but due to recent changes in the state's legislation, we now have $1 million operating expenditure that we never had to incur before. So there's going to be things like that that require us to flex due to new regulatory controls and also operating needs that are unplanned.
So 5% annually sounds, a little bit on the high side, but I think what this is saying is that understanding we have a lot of unknowns. At that level, we would have plenty of, I'll call it cushion here, because we're building up a healthy fund balance. So that would tell us that if all else were equal, you could use that fund balance to stabilize the rate at the increases at an even. Okay. Ms. Ruggiero?
What has been the historic rate increase, like for the last 3 years? Just wanted to know if the 5% it seemed
Yeah,
high to me.
we could take a look at that. I think it should be one of the tabs in this workbook. I know that there's a graphical representation of that.
I think last year it was 2 and the year before that it was like 9 or something. It's kind of
Yeah,
swung.
we've had some blips. I think it averages out really around 3 to 4 historically. We did have a blip of 9.
Part of what this.
For me, it's on
allow you
page,
to not
for
have
for me, it's on page 12. I don't know which page it would be on in the packet that the board is looking at tonight. And it's called Historical Sewer Use Rates Implemented is the title. And there's a graph that goes along with the table.
Yes.
I see at 8.25% for 2024. I don't see 9%.
It was probably 8. I said.
I mean,
9.
no, some years too, we haven't increased at all, and we likely should
Yeah, it's
have.
been 0. If you think the last several years, we had like the last 7 years.
Yeah, and then we had 14 and 14, so. Yeah, I mean, ideally this, you want to be it steadier and, but, okay.
So this model is projecting that you would automatically do no more, like you would do 5% increases and then keep it towards, not having this fluctuation in the percentage. Would you keep the incremental money for offsets on projects or something like that the following year?
It definitely could be used for such. And again, this is purely a proposal for the purpose of making the projections of this financial planning tool. This wouldn't necessarily mean that the commission is going to approve a 5% rate increase year after year.
What, do you have, maybe David or Tom, how much leeway there is in here? If you were to ratchet that increase down, would you still be able to maintain?
You could come down to 3.5% to 4% and still have the ability to cover all of your operating costs and your debt service.
And maintain your
Have a-
fund balance?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Penley?
Could you explain the tab? I'm looking at the Excel, but there's a tab that says historical consumption. Can you just explain the historical consumption? Yeah.
Yeah, Michelle, you could just explain the consumption piece. I think that is critical and that's
Looks like
something.
it's going down.
Where is that page? I think it might be
Oh, it
page
looks like-
of what I'm looking at.
You're talking historical consumption page.
What's the title of the schedule? Is that what it is?
Upper right hand corner, it says historical consumption.
Is it rolling average CCF consumption and rate increase?
Yeah.
That's the title?
Yeah.
And so we're looking at the data that we've acquired from our tax collector's office who tracks the data provided for water usage from Aquarian, or maybe now Regional Water Authority. And so that's what we're tracking here. So we're tracking the number of user accounts that we have and the total consumption connected to those accounts. And we're showing what the percent, what that percent increase looks like by year.
So the column that says CCF consumption, is that number is what? What is that? What is that representing? In column M. CCF consumption.
Is that the growth of water usage year over year? Or-
CCF.
Yeah, CCF is,
I'm just going to that tab right now.
The CF stands for Q.
It says rolling average CCF consumption and ratings.
Yes, yep, that's what that is.
I guess I don't know what CCF. I'm probably asking a really stupid question. I just don't know what CCF
What
means.
is that, what does that acronym mean?
And then what's the one?
Cubic foot of water, that's cubic foot of water. Cubic feet of water, that's the unit
Okay, oh,
measurement.
Got it, okay.
You should have known that.
So-
Yeah, that's what I thought it was, so.
Okay, so in other words, as we projected the revenue, we have the rate increase and then the usage increase. So we have rate and volume basically going into the revenue numbers, and this is the volume.
Correct, yes.
Correct.
Other questions, Mr. Walsh?
On that consumption page and rate increase, was the rate that year increased because consumption was so high for 24? Is that one of the factors?
I can't say for certain. The numbers could potentially lead one to think that. But I can't say that the commission's approval of that year's or prior year's annual rate increases were educated specifically on that data.
Yeah, I think that's been the tough thing, is that the commission only had a 1-year view. Previous to this plan, they would be doing this on a 1-year view of next year's budget without a long-term view, particularly at debt service, so.
Like, they didn't think that we didn't have any repairs this year, so we should never plan for the future, and then.
Well, yeah, they were
Yeah,
based
the
on the
whole thing
budget.
place.
Yeah, they based, so we would pass a budget and they'd figure out how much they wanted to add, plan for fund balance, and then they would pass based on that budget. But there was never more than a 1-year outlook financially prior to this.
I have some questions in regards to the fund balance roll forward. I guess it's after the schedule index, pages. Which I guess are pages at the top, the fund balance roll forward, page 1, and then page 3. So I think this question was asked, but I don't think I fully understand it. So our chairwoman pointed out in fiscal year 26 that the total balance is 16,777,510 in fiscal year 26, correct?
Yes,
And then the number below it I thought was a subtraction of that, but then when we go to the top of the next fiscal year, it still shows up as the 16,077,000. So is that money deducted from the general fund, or is that all encompassed in here and was already used? I don't know what the 674 represents.
It's the change from the beginning to the end. It's
Oh,
from the
that
year's
beginning to the
change from.
Okay. Okay, I understand it now. And then are we really gonna be building up a fund balance that in fiscal year 34 is 86 million?
Likely not. No, so not likely not. And that's why I wanted to bring to this
Okay.
board's attention that there are several objects in the expenditures piece of our operating budget that are flatlined in this projection, and they likely will not be that way in reality.
So like, what are examples of that?
Well, like the one example I had was in our, I forget which exactly object number, object it's related to, what the object's called, but when it comes to our waste management needs, and so like that one example is how we're managing our sludge. We had been composting it and receiving very minor revenue off of that. And now we have a nearly $1 million annual expenditure that we need to incur through this budget.
And why is that? Why could we go from composting it to paying a $1 million expense?
There's been a change in the state laws effective October 1st that no longer allows us to compost.
Well, that's great.
There's forever chemicals in there that are, yeah, not good.
All right.
There's also things like, for example, we use polymer to assist our solids, our solid settling process. The cost of polymer could be all over the board from year to year. Like this past year, we've seen a significant rise in that expenditure. So things like that we don't have control over. It's really challenging to project.
Okay. But within 10 years, we're literally going up in this fund about, I don't know, $60 million in this fund. Now, I understand you have $1 million expense here. That's over 10 years, that's $10 million. What's happening with the other $50 million that we're building up? Because I think our users of the system are gonna have a hard time paying 5% a year under these scenarios.
And again, the 5%
rates are probably gonna be less than that.
It's used for this initial projection only. And as I said, I'm engaging with professional consulting services to better inform this plan when it comes to what these rates should be in actuality, to be better informed by our capital plan schedule, to be better informed as to other sources of revenue that the WPCA could seek over an annual increase in our sewer user fees.
However, I mean, it's fun for us to talk about this here, put 5% in, but in actuality, it's the commission that's gonna set the rate.
Right.
How do we meet with them and
You're reviewing this.
get buy-in on what that's gonna be? Because this is all nice, but they could throw the whole thing out the window and say, oh, no, next year's 0%. You know, they can continue to do what they do and, you know, one year be 19%, the next year be 0.
I think that they are better informed now that we do have a long-term financial plan, and this is a critical piece of our framework that was missing previously. We do have way more reliable capital plan that feeds into this financial plan, and then we will have the benefit of a funding policy as well. So three critical elements that form the framework of a successful WPCA that had been missing in a formal way in the past. They will have those as tools to rely on to help make those decisions moving forward. I can't say that that's going to prevent them from making decisions that are more on the extreme side, where it's a 24% bump up one year and the next 5 years 0%. But at least we have these tools in place to help inform the decisions.
And I understand, that that'll be helpful, but I think we really need to hear from their board or their chairman or somebody to come in. What would be nice is if they created their own regulations or bylaws or something that would say that they would follow this. So that their committee would have to follow something unless they voted to change those scenarios. But it would be nice if they bought in, not just by saying we're gonna do it for this year, but we're gonna all live by a set of, regulations or policies, maybe the better word is policies. That we're gonna live by policies that will try to, one, level out increases and be commensurate with what town or this body thinks are appropriate. Is there any talk with them about this? I just don't watch your meetings, so I don't know where this stands.
I mean, they have reviewed the capital plan, this long-term financial plan, as well as the proposed funding policy. And they did approve all three to move forward to tonight's discussion. I don't necessarily agree that regulations should be in place to regulate the commission's decision-making process on something like rate increases. But maybe it's possible, and it is exactly what happens. There is a public hearing process when it comes to proposed rate increases. And maybe that is more so the opportunity and the mechanism to pursue to get to your point.
But Michelle, I understand what you're saying there. It's the public has the right to attend their meetings. You probably attended many more of those meetings than I have. Out of the number of users we have in town, how many members of the public come to say a thing at a meeting?
It's
You give me an
primarily based on personal interest, right?
Okay. How about setting rates? That seems like a pretty important thing. Somebody'd want
I mean,
to.
I got a question.
Yeah, John, do you, because I want to compare it to what we do. I mean, I think, we set mill rates every year and we don't have a policy per se, but we get into a practice, right? We have our data, we have our past precedent, we look at collection rates, we know what we do. And I think what Michelle, what you're saying is taking baby steps here, right? So now they haven't had this data and they'll have it to inform them going forward. Now, I don't think that locks them into a decision, but they, everybody's looking at all the right information at this point. As I think the best way to think about it. I mean, because we don't, we reserve some judgment, right, when we set rates, and you have to do it responsibly based on the budget and the data that's.
We've done it historically that we've done that.
Yeah, absolutely.
They haven't.
Right, and they haven't had this view because, but to be fair too, up until, 2 years ago, they hadn't had, we haven't been funding capital projects for WPCA, or not many, for quite a long period of time. So this I think adds a new twist into the whole thing. This notion of making sure that, it's not just a year-to-year budget. Now we've got these cumulative debt service costs that are building and that have to be accounted for. So I think it's a little bit different now, which creates the need for this. So I'm sorry, I don't mean to keep talking, but Mary?
So did they have a fund balance policy like we do for the general fund?
Yeah,
Or
we're gonna talk about that on the
Did they
next
not?
agenda item. They did not, no.
So when does the commission set its rates? What time of year?
September?
September?
In August.
August, okay.
And then, maybe not before they do it, maybe right after they do it, they may give us a presentation on the logic behind it and why they did it. So we're at least informed. And if we have some issues with it, we can't force them to do something, but we can express our, that's great that you're doing it that way, or maybe express our dismay, something to that
Or
effect.
at
Just,
least we can
right?
then.
Yeah, I agree, John, but it'd be nice that they would have just the most general
Yeah,
policy, say, we are now going to be budgeting for repairs along the way. Things we know, putting money away for it. That's gonna be a new goal of ours, as opposed to, we're not gonna do anything for 30 years. And then we're gonna let the system basically to all be replaced in a short amount of time.
We can't tolerate that anymore.
Well, exactly. And I would like to hear that they understand it and maybe the most general, I'm not trying to tie their hands and saying you're gonna do it the way we want to do it. Now, I'm not trying to say that at all. But I
Does
wouldn't
it make
mind
sense
seeing-
that we have can we ask maybe during the budget hearing for this year? Does it make sense to maybe have a representative from the commission, or is that not appropriate?
Well, we certainly can. Usually WPCA, because it's self-supporting, is a little lighter of a lift, but it's fair. We can certainly see if
Yeah.
chair or vice chair can come. I would, if you could, on this, just, it's a more active commission now. This is a commission that's been left without a lot of administration oversight from the town side, without much from the boards for a long time, I believe.
And there's new members on the.
There's a lot of new members and a much more active group that seems to be really rolling their sleeves up on this and understanding this. Even from last year to this year, there's a lot that has transpired. So, you know, I don't anticipate them just blindly heading in. They do have a real debt service to service now. A year ago, they had a hypothetical and they were still banking money into their fund balance. So I don't think they fully grasped, even us sitting in the room, and the reasons to go up more at the time. But I think that's gonna be a little different now. But we can ask for the chair or the vice chair to come to the budget.
That'd be,
I think it'd be great, you know, and at some point, I'm not sure when the chair wants to do it, but wouldn't it be bad to schedule them in once a year?
yeah.
And have Michelle here and we all be on the same page.
So maybe the budget's not the right time, but
It might
that's,
not be the right time.
Yeah, that's a
The
good
amount of time
idea.
It might take.
Fall.
I mean, I'm not looking for the budget, but I wouldn't mind having them here
Yeah.
and inviting all of them if they want to come, but just having the chair and vice chair at our table.
Yeah.
Any of them could, and then having.
And we've had Joe
Of course,
Devon.
having Michelle here and everybody else, and more have a roundtable about it and make sure we're all on the same page.
I think that's great. And Michelle, I assume this is a living document. So I know you're getting the rate study done and you're gonna continue to refine this. You've got to get those sludge costs in here and, you know, as you start to refine your assumptions, this is obviously gonna change, but I think the comfort I took out of it is that, yeah, even at, Tom, you said 3.5%, this would give
Fine, yeah.
plenty of capacity to do it. And I think that was the biggest thing, because when we first got it back of the, I don't know if anybody remembers, we got it back of the envelope on one of these from Joe Devonzo a couple of years ago. And it literally showed that if the town went forth with its capital plan, the WPCA would be insolvent, within 6 years. So, and it wasn't, and again, it was back of the envelope. So we knew that we needed something better and we needed something to help drive decisions. So, this is a great start and, as it continues to move along, I don't think we need, updates quarterly, but maybe we can get another update at some point and meet with you and the commission again and just put that as an agenda item. I think that'd be helpful. Just keep everybody talking to each other. All right, great. Does anyone else have questions on this? That's the next agenda item. Is that it? Okay. Thank you, to the board for your input. Thanks again to the subcommittee. Okay, so we are gonna move to item 5 then, which is to hear, consider, and act upon a funding policy for WPCA capital projects. Motion to hear this item. Mr. Matola, seconded by Ms. Ruggiero. The backup for this item is posted online and begins on page 37 of the posted materials. For the board, the printed copies, this is the document, is the first page is a memo addressed to me. Here again, just as background for the public, this board has been discussing for a couple of years now the need to come up with a funding policy for WPCA projects. And by that, we mean a set of principles that outline the extent to which debt service on WPCA policies will be covered by the town or assigned to the WPCA or split. And the reason this has become more important is, as I mentioned before, after a somewhat lengthy period of minimal investment in our sewer infrastructure, now we have all these substantial projects. We want our funding policy to be based on a fair set of principles that considers the nature project and the primary beneficiaries of the project. So I want to thank Michelle for taking the lead on this effort. The policy that's before you was approved by the WPCA Commission, and it was approved by the subcommittee last week. And I also want to thank our colleague, Mr. Walsh, for attending that meeting and for his questions and input, which we will discuss as part of this item. Michelle, do you want to take us through the high points of the policy, and then we can open it up for questions?
Sure, I'm happy to, Lori. Thank you. So this funding policy was informed by, in part, past practice. So the town and WPCA's decisions on funding breakdowns for recent projects. I know there was a question that came from this board subcommittee in regards to the last round of upgrades to the WPCF specifically, and I'll talk on that a little bit later in tonight's discussion. But this was also informed by town legal counsel's review, as well as research through several organizations, including but not limited to the Government Finance Officers Association, the National Reserve Study Standards, the Government Accounting Standards Board, and the Municipal Research and Services Center. It was also benchmarked against other Connecticut WPCA capital plan and budget breakdowns. But I've noted that other WPCAs don't have something so formally written. It's more so part of their annual budget and capital planning cycle. So that is one thing that I found to be unique to what we have prepared and are proposing here tonight. Overall, this funding policy identifies all potential funding resources, including grant and loan opportunities. It's recommending flexibility based on specific factors of each project. So I would caution anybody applying this funding policy to WPCA projects that nature, scope, motivating factors behind the project could vary. And that's really something that should be considered as we apply the principles of the policy. The policy does create 3 classifications of projects under which certain categories and types of projects may be best characterized. And so those classifications are based off of 1, the plant upgrades and community impact assessments, where WPCA would be taking the lead on funding 3/4 of total project costs, and the town funding the last quarter of those projects. When I looked at the circa 2000 to 2003 funding breakdown for the WPCF plant improvements, the town had assumed 100% of a $38 million investment in that project. I would caution that that's an anomaly, that upgrade was unique, I think primarily because it was the motivator for it. The motivator for it was a formal enforcement action issued to WPCF by state of Connecticut DEP at the time. It's a little bit different than where we're at now. So there are things like that where, projects may be motivated by factors, including but not limited to compliance assurance requirements, like an enforcement action, and funding breakdowns may be reconsidered in those cases. The second category is an equal 50-50 split. I know this is where this board subcommittee has quite a few questions in regards to this classification of projects necessary to support commercial development and increase system capacity. These are those non-routine projects, non-routine replacements, rehabilitation of our sanitary sewer collection system, technical studies related to our sanitary sewer service area, and extension and expansion of that system. And the final bucket being projects necessary as part of routine upgrades and maintenance. One example is coming up tonight in front of this board, where we'll be seeking funding authorization to buy a new vehicle, a replacement vehicle for our fleet. That's something planned, that's something routine. The expectation is WPCA for a project like that would fund 100% of that purchase.
Thank you, Michelle. Can I, one of the questions, maybe you could just clarify, one of the questions that was open at the subcommittee, and Mr. Walsh, you raised this question, was commercial development. How do we define that and what does that mean? Can you talk about that for a moment?
Right, and so I appreciate that question. And after last week's meeting, when the question was raised, I did go and talk with our leadership in TPZ here at town. Tom and David joined me in one of those discussions in how the town's plan of conservation and development may be utilized to best support and or guide these WPCA project funding decisions. And the plan of conservation and development, there's pages of that plan that TPC did direct us specifically to. Copies of those pages, I believe, have been provided to the board, hard copies tonight. Pages that have been shared talk about increase in capacity of our system. And so really, honestly, irregardless of location in our community, when we're talking about increased capacity of our system, increasing capacity by addressing excess water from entering the system, so inflow and infiltration to that system specifically, is something that this POCD does support. It also talks about housing. And one thing in regards to housing that should be noted by this board is multi-unit residential and also, of course, mixed-use development. The economic analysis of these developments shows that they have the same impact on our community as commercial development does. When it comes to contributions to the grand list. And TPC did recommend that such developments should be evaluated as such, meaning they should be evaluated as commercial or lending to commercial developments when it comes to evaluating WPCA project funding decisions.
Okay, thank you.
Stay there for.
Yes, question.
Michelle, staying with that, so are they saying that all residential development would really be commercial then? Right.
They're not saying all residential. They're saying multi-unit residential at a certain threshold economically equates to the same outcome as commercial development would.
Single family wouldn't, multifamily.
Not multifamily. They're saying multi-unit, so more than a one or two structure multifamily housing. And when they look at their data, they've actually identified a threshold for that.
So if you had a residential house that under 830G could have 3 units in it, would that be considered commercial development?
No.
How many units would have to be in that on an 830G application?
So from the data, and of course, this could flex and change over time from our current data that TPZ has accumulated, they're looking at above 40 units.
Would be the same as a commercial development.
Same economic impact, correct.
Mr. Matola?
So I think I know where you might be going here, but how do we resolve a difference of opinion on what the split should be? Does the policy address that? You know what I'm saying? In other words,
No.
which category, if the project's coming forward and there's a question about what category it fits under. How is that resolved?
I think it's going to have to be resolved through negotiation, like
Okay.
through discussions like
Like
tonight.
this? Right.
Right.
But can I ask too, it's hard to view on this document because this is black and white, but the POCD has maps in it that define neighborhoods and districts, right? Like this is a commercial and industrial. Is it tied to that? So let's just say you had, and nobody wants this to happen, but you have a nice quiet residential street and you put an apartment building in it with 40 units. I mean, I'm not sure that we're gonna have to do, if it's a random thing like that, I'm not sure that's gonna affect a sewer project, but
No,
How would
and
you-
it may or it may not. And so again, it's not necessarily connected specifically to region. There's maps included, pulled out of the POCD that identify generally like where we're looking at, what's our metro cog specifically, all, area in town, how does that relate to our sewer shed? So where are our sewered areas? And then we're looking at, I'll drill down even further, is looking at each one of our pump stations service areas. And are those service areas inclusive of this mixed use, high impact, multi-unit residential development, or is this more so strictly single-family residential suburban zoned sewer use areas? So I think in that regard, that's where this could be more informative, these maps. Again, the POCD specifically does state when it comes to capacity and supporting developments of this kind, it's not specifically expansion that we're looking at, although it can be at some time. It's really rehabilitation of our infrastructure that's currently in place.
I will say that, in thinking about it, like, I'm just gonna use one project that we all know about. So, and it's not even a very big project, but at the corner of Post Road and Ruane Street, on that corner, there used to be a small insurance company. I think they also did some mortgages, but owned by the Henry family. And it was a kind of a single family house. And actually, I correct that. They never owned it. They leased it. It was actually owned by the Catholic Church through St. Thomas. And they sold it. It probably had one or two bathrooms in this little house that was there for years. I know, John, you know what I'm talking
oh, that's the
about.
building.
It had like one or two, like 2 floors, probably 2 bathrooms, maybe a little kitchen in it. And that became probably 25 units. Only passed a 5-story building in that downtown that didn't meet any of our zoning requirements. And a 5-story building goes up with 20-something units in it. Only 2 of them had to be affordable housing for 10 years. And then they go back to full price. And that seems to be a pretty big impact to the sewer system. I would consider that commercial. And
I mean,
definitely,
I don't know.
and it
I mean,
definitely
we
was
have to
commercial
actually
for the
look-
people who made all the money on it. I'll tell you
we
that
have to
much.
look, yeah, so I think we have to be careful when we're comparing zoning decisions to WPCA infrastructure decisions, because our WPCA infrastructure decisions are based on different data sets than what TPZ decisions are based on. There could be a little bit of overlap when it comes to, is the infrastructure available, and if the infrastructure is available, what needs to be done to assure capacity needs are met. But again, like WPCA decisions for an improvement or a modified use project like that is going to rely on flow metering data for one.
It's still gonna require increased capacity for that property.
And I don't know, it may
properties-
or may not require increased
Well,
capacity.
when you have
And we're
1,000
looking at
projects,
we're
that's
looking
kind of
at
what we
flow
have.
metering data, and we're looking at the size of the pipe that's receiving the discharge.
Okay. I'm just telling you, with all of these projects, it's a lot. I would imagine it add a lot to capacity.
I hear you because they come up in every month's commission meeting. Every month we
Yep.
receive requests to connect to our system. And there are requirements that need to be met by our applicants for sure.
So can I just, so as projects come before us, let's say we approve this policy. Each time a project comes before us, you would, and we're gonna get an MOU to assign this debt to the WPCA in whole or in part. There's gonna be a justification as to what that split is and based on which category it fits into here,
So
right?
you'll see that coming in the next discussions tonight,
Right.
specifically when
So
we look at
tonight
our
we'll
pump
discuss
stations
some
and
of those,
force
so maybe
mains.
that'll help, right, okay.
Yeah, so I think it's going to take time to actually play this out under the current proposed funding policy and see how it works for us. And again, I think the funding policy does need some flexibility worked in. There is a statement in section 4 of this policy that speaks to flexibility in its application. And again, this is a policy that should not be static in any way. My recommendation would be that we be reviewed on an annual basis to see how well it's working for us.
Mary?
Is there a mechanism at all that could be put in place? What is that?
Okay, somebody needs to mute themselves.
199.
199. Voice council here.
Go ahead, Mary.
Okay, is there a mechanism that could be put in place that if a developer is coming in and putting in something that's 40 units and over the capacity of what exists, that we can charge them a fee or charge them part of the cost to increase the capacity? Because they're forcing us to do it?
We do have I&I fees, and so that might be what you're getting at. And I&I fees are based on the number of units.
So is that a one-time fee when they hook up?
That is a one-time fee.
Okay. Mr. Walsh?
Following up on Mary's question, which I think was an excellent question, because Michelle, earlier you talked about revenue and other revenue streams. You mentioned it. I meant to ask you then, are there other revenue streams we can get from new development? Because I will tell you, these developers are all making a ton of money, okay? So there's money for them still to be extremely profitable, and that could add to our fund balance and it would take away some of the burden on the rate payers, I guess, for some of these 5% increase. So what have either your department or you or the WPCA been looking at in regards to that? Because maybe it would slow down development a little bit.
And I appreciate the question. A very valid question. And I can't say that I've spent enough time to answer specifically where the opportunity is, but there is an opportunity for us to evaluate, and by us, I say WPCA commission and the utility, to evaluate the application of surcharges. Surcharges could be applied for many different instances, including this, typically based on nature and strength of discharge.
Madam Chair, may I interject?
Yes, Mr. Curley?
Yeah, I think this dialogue is healthy and certainly relevant, but I think it's not directly relevant to the item on
policy,
the
yep.
agenda that we're addressing. And I just recognize that we've got 23 items on the agenda.
Yep.
I'm just wondering if we could just try and stick closer to the
Bring it
agenda.
back and have another discussion.
Yeah, we agree. So that, and I agree that those are very valid questions, but they sort of relate to the financial plan, which we're going to be getting some ongoing updates on. With regard to the policy, are there additional questions or concerns, Mr. Walsh?
Yes, specifically to the policy, and you know, it was very helpful attending your meeting last week, and I appreciate you allowing me to ask questions. And you know, I've had some time to digest this policy a little bit more because I have thoughts on it. The one thing that stands out to me is regards to this funding breakdown. And it gets down to this section, the first section, plan upgrades and community impact assessments, where it's WPCA 75%, the town 25%. And as I stated at the meeting, the very first dash underneath there talks about non-routine infrastructure rehabilitation or replacement of the water pollution control facility. And as I told the committee, and now Michelle has come in with the accurate information. The last time we did this was 2000 to 2023, Michelle, based on your research.
2003, 2000 to 2003.
2000 to 2003. And how much was the total expenditure?
38 million.
38 million. I thought it was 40 million, but I'm glad it was a little less. So $38 million, and the town agreed after much deliberation, because I was around at that point in time. Fortunately, I'm showing my age. We went round and round on it, and the town decided that they were going to bond that, and we did bond that. It was difficult to do because $40 million or $38 million is a hell of a lot different than it is right now. It seems like a drop in the bucket now, but it was a lot of money at that point in time. And so I think there is some historic background. I appreciate, Michelle, your little background saying we were forced under that order that came down from deep. And we had put it off for a while, and now they were really enforcing and we had to do it. I don't know if that was so much the argument that was being made there. I think the argument more from being present at that point in time was that we wanted to support and do this because of the development of the town's downtown and Black Rock Turnpike, and encouraging that and other businesses coming into town, and the town decided to take that on. I would prefer if, and I understand why some adjustment would be, but I don't think the WPCA on the water pollution control facility should take on 75% of that. I would be more inclined to move it to the 50% category. I understand that the other dashes in there are all things that kind of benefit the WPCA directly, especially like, energy efficiencies. It'll bring down the electricity charges that WPCA, their budget has to pay and things like that. But I would like to move that into the middle section, and I plan on making a motion to do that. But I'd like to also hear from our other board members before doing it, unless, see if you can convince me otherwise.
So are you talking about all three bullets or just the first?
Just the first one.
First bullet.
Yeah. In the first bullet, moving the first dash
Down.
down to the middle section.
So, so let's get thoughts from the board, but Michelle, before we do that, do you, I think you gave it to the subcommittee, but do you just, for the benefit of the other board members, want to explain the rationale for keeping that as 75% for the WPCA?
The primary rationale is that the WPCA is the owner of this equipment that's being rehabbed and or replaced. As such, would be as primary owner of that equipment would be paying more than half the share of funding those projects. I am not averse to moving it, of course, to the 50-50 classification, if that is this board's desire to do so. Again, this was informed just more generally about ownership.
Okay. Other thoughts from board members? Mary?
Doesn't the history relate to the water usage? That not everyone pays water usage fees, and the town heavily uses it, and there was always some kind of breakdown that was supposed to be done on how much water the town actually contributed versus residential. And I don't know, I always thought that was part of that argument on what percentage is paid.
I think I lean a little bit more towards Jim, just since the whole facility, the entire town is benefiting greatly from having this.
Yes.
It's crazy to think of a town that didn't have one, so I think it kind of makes more sense to move it as well. I think the legal ownership of the facility is that persuasive to me.
Anybody object to Mr. Walsh's motion or want to discuss it further?
Well, was the water usage looked at at all, or no, not really? Or is there a reason not to consider that?
I've been around a long time when this topic has come up. I think there's this general discussion about, well, it benefits the whole town, but there's a whole part of town that doesn't use the WPCA, so kind of recognize that also, but there was never any, I don't remember any like
Well, I think-
specific detailed breakdown. I think at the time, if projects were coming up, I remember we're gonna figure it out as the project came before us and determine what the split would be. That's how I kind of remember it, Jim. I don't know if you do.
Did Michelle, did your research go back any further? Because I think the research at the time said that the last time that anything was done with the plant, the town paid for it 100% as well.
That's correct. That was the research going back to, honestly, the research started in 1990. The research that I found with our finance department, these discussions about the 2000 to 2003 upgrade started in 1996.
I don't think the town should pay 100% of it, but I would move it as you
Okay,
suggest.
do you want to make a formal
Yeah,
motion?
I'm gonna make a motion, and before I make the motion, I really want to compliment your board, your subcommittee for all the hard work, 'cause this is hard work, and it needed to be done. So I really appreciate it, and I also, Michelle, appreciate all the hard work you put into drafting this, because it's needed, so, and it's been needed for a long time. So I really appreciate that, and this is no criticism by my making a motion to change it, but we've kind of flirted around with this whole idea about what to do with the water pollution control facility for what seems like, I remember when, Tom Flynn was here, and it was years into his thing. So we've been kind of like not getting to it, and I know that Chairwoman, you had to make the difficult decision to finally address it because we were really coming up to having to do something. So I appreciate you guys putting together and doing this hard work. And also Michelle and David and anybody else who had work to do on this. But based on that and based on the history of the town, I'm willing to go so far as to start changing it. So I would like to take under page 2 of this policy, the recommendation for a funding policy, to amend under funding breakdown by project classification. The very first category, the very first bullet, plant upgrades and community impact assessment, to move the first dash that says non-routine infrastructure rehabilitation or replacement water pollution control facility, to move that one sole item into under the second bullet that says projects necessary to support commercial development and increase capacity.
I'll say.
Madam Chairman,
Yep.
it's Bill Gerber.
Oh, hi, Bill.
Hey, I may speak.
Yes, of course.
I would recommend that before you do that, you allow, maybe do that at your next meeting, because we haven't modeled that out for our town finances for all of the other projects that we have on the docket. So can we at least model that out before you vote on this? Because that could have a very big impact on whether or not we can fund other projects.
Does that mean we don't vote on the projects?
So. Yeah, that's a good point. I guess I do want to try to vote on this tonight, because we are going to use this as a basis for our next couple of projects that we vote on, but.
We
Anything,
have
but
a
I hear
waterfall.
what you're saying. So
Yeah.
this particular item though, if we move that down and it goes 50-50. What
That
that's,
means the town,
that's that plant, those plant upgrades, Michelle, what year do they start, or David? Those are far into the future, right?
Well, phase 1 design is starting in fiscal year 26.
Oh, that's just the design. So the big dollars though, I thought the big dollars were out a
You've
few.
already approved you've approved phase 1. In theory, phase 1 was already approved under the prior construct, unless we're going to go back and change MOUs. But the next few waves are gonna come up. They're gonna come up in no sooner than next year, most likely, but it's going to have an impact, from a town perspective.
So I
Everything
mean,
we've
I
done
just want to be
modeling-
clear, like, I'm not averse to the idea. It would certainly make things a lot easier, but I think there's probably an impact that we need to look at in detail.
That's fair. So, so why don't I make this suggestion then? I really did want to vote on this, but I just want to note for the board that the projects that we are going to vote on tonight fall into the second two buckets, which I don't think there's any concern about. So we have some that are in the 50-50 category, and we have one that's a total PCA category. So I don't mind deferring the vote on this until we can get a new update. Unless we want to vote on it as is and then revisit it once we get the new model.
I prefer to do the second.
Vote on it as is?
Yeah.
And then,
Go vote on it as amended, and if something changes along the way, we could revisit it.
But why
I'll
would
tell
we
you,
vote
I'll
on
tell you
it?
one of the reasons I want to do it, and I heard Mr. Gerber, is I want to do what's right for this policy. Regardless of whatever. I mean, we can move things around. There's always different priorities. We can move things around. This happens all the time. And I would rather do what's right for this policy and not have the policy influenced, have the tail wag the dog.
yeah.
Say, oh, well, I don't want to do it that way because I want to do this project or this project are important. So to me, it's about what's the best policy as a board we can come up with.
We can make adjustments.
Not what the funding is going to tell us is creating a policy we really don't think is the right policy.
Yeah.
So I'm not playing
And
that game.
Mr. Gerber, can I just?
Let me know when I can speak. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, can I just say, and as I listen to Mr. Walsh, I have to say, I agree with his statement. And the reason I say that is because the whole point of this policy was to make sure we were coming up with a fair allocation of the costs between these two different sets of taxpayers. And not to create a policy that was, use the term tail wagging the dog, but to try to create capacity in one, in our waterfall, if you will. So I think we should, I understand what you're saying, and it does have to be remodeled, but I really do think we should look at it based on the substance.
That may be
yeah.
true, but let me.
Yeah, so
I'm sorry.
but that total project, right, the WPCA, the plant upgrade project, the whole project is roughly what?
The total project is about $40 million.
$40 million. So a quarter of that is 10 million. So this change would have the effect of moving 10 million over some number of years onto the town side of the waterfall, which is not nothing, but it's not,
Skew the whole thing.
Some of that project is, I think, 100% of the isn't that right? Some of this project is 100%.
it's
Some
75,
of that
25.
project is 100% WPCA. You're correct. It's coming right out of the WPCA
So
operating
phase one
budget.
is the 25-75, phase two is 25-75, and then they have some equipment at the plant. It's a lot of money. That's 100% of the WPCA.
It's less than 10 million.
Not the full 40.
It's not the full 40, and it looks like the first part of it, I guess we've already voted on part of it.
Voted for the first part.
But the other stuff is in phase two is not hitting until fiscal year 29. I mean, waiting to see adjustments to their model.
So it'll have an impact on the model, but I appreciate that, and I'm glad Mr. Gerber raised that. So we have to see it, but I think you want to
But
have the right principle in place.
yeah, but I would say it's not straightforward that the principle you're describing, 50-50 is the right principle. I mean, the group decided it was 75-25 and all of a sudden now it's 50-50. It's not really cut and dry. That's a value
That's a
decision that you're
judgment,
making.
yeah.
So it's not really that straightforward, like doing the right thing. I mean, there are definitely arguments that could be made, and we could look at other towns like that it would be 100% funded, by the WPCA. But I don't think it's feasible because we've neglected our WPCA for so long. Part of it is just the practical nature of having to get this facility into shape, and we just can't ask them to fund it, the WPCA to fund it, because they don't have the ability to raise rates that high. We'd price people out of the market. They'd have to move, so like I don't, it's not like right or wrong, but it's a value judgment. I think we need to take a little time before you're going to make that big a change. I mean,
Okay, that's
yeah.
fair. All right, so why don't we, knowing that we, if it's okay with everybody, knowing that, knowing that you want to get more data on this, we can, and knowing that that decision would not impact anything we're voting on tonight, is it okay with everyone if we'll revisit this once the administration has time to get more information to support what they want? And if, we'll just decide what makes sense. And I think the other thing too, if the change is made, I think because the commission did vote on this, they should probably weigh in first as well. Is that all right with everyone? All right.
Yeah, I will say, I think we've got to come up with the best policy regardless of what the other waterfall is. To be the best policy for this. And I will say, it is a compromise, at least personally for me, going for the last 30 years. We have gone from the town paying 100% to 50%, I think is a middle ground decision. 20 years from now, they want to change it for another reason after we've upgraded the system that fell into disrepair for some of the years. So be it. But I think for us, it should be 50-50.
Okay.
We'll take it.
All right. Thank you. All right. So we'll defer the vote on this until we get an update, and we'll put it on a future agenda. All right. So let's keep moving along. So we're going to, thank you, Michelle. We're going to move on to item 6A, which is to hear, consider, and adopt a bond resolution entitled "A Resolution Appropriating $4 million for the cost to replace the Center Street Pump Station Force Main and authorizing the issuance of bonds and/or clean water fund obligations to finance such appropriation." So motion to hear this item. Mr. Giro, seconded by Mr. Mottola. The backup for this item is posted online. It begins on page 46 with the bond resolution and the project justification. The 14 points document is on page 51.
Just a quick question.
Yes.
Can you just say which bucket each of these projects? Because I was looking to see where it's spelled out. It'd be nice to know, is it 50-50 or 100?
Yeah, so we will do that there's an item 6A and 6B. So 6B on each of these is going to be the MOU that does this funding split. So we'll do that in the second part of each one of these items. This one is a 50-50 one, but can you, Michelle, is it going to be you to take us through the 14 points or someone else?
I'm happy to give a summary of the 14 points. So WPCA is seeking for the $4 million to fund the full replacement of the Center Street force main. This force main is a 14-inch asbestos concrete pipe. What it does is a pressurized pipe. It takes water from the pump station, lower level, raises it to a higher level. It's 3,000 feet in length. It crosses 3 private properties in Southport. It services Southport's commercial and residential, primarily the area south of Route 1, but some points along Route 1 and north of Route 1 as well. In 2018, the pump station evaluation that was performed, so this is staying 7 years ago now, ranked this replacement as a medium to high risk of failure. So here we are from 2018 into 2025, and the condition of that force main has not improved in that period of time at all. The force main 60 years old. The typical lifespan of asbestos concrete pipe is 50 years. So we're past end of life. This force main has experienced failures in the past that needed to be repaired. I'll say right now that in the process of developing an emergency SOP to address a failure if one were to occur between now and the time that the main could be replaced. What would failure look like to us? It would be loss of service to our customers in this service area. There would be a release of raw sewage to the ground and ground surface, including our roadways and those private yards through which the forest main passes. This
You
would
talked me into it.
There you go.
yeah, this would present a public health and environmental risk. Yeah.
Need more.
Okay. Any questions from the board on this? No. Okay, any comment from the public? Anybody? All right, so all in favor of approving the bond resolution set forth in item 6A of the agenda, please raise your hand. Mr. Stark, are you on? Yes, he is. Thank you. Okay, it is unanimous. Thank you, everyone. All right, so we're going to move to item 6B. To hear, consider, and adopt a resolution entitled a supplemental resolution relating to a resolution appropriating $4 million for the cost to replace the Center Street pump station, force main, authorizing the issuance of bonds and or clean water fund obligations to finance such appropriation. Okay, motion to hear this item, Ms. Ruggiero, seconded by Mr. Mottola. The backup for this item, which is the supplemental resolution, is posted beginning on page 50. And again, this relates to the project we just approved, and this supplemental resolution in the form of an MOU specifies that the debt service cost for this project will be split 50-50 between the town and the WPCA based on the criteria under the draft funding policy. Are there any questions on that? No questions. Okay. Comment from Mr. Mottola, you have a question? No? Okay.
Yes.
Comment from the public? Okay, see none. All in favor of approving the supplemental resolution set forth in item 6B of the agenda, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. It is unanimous. All right, we'll move on to item 7A. Here, consider and adopt a bond resolution entitled a resolution appropriating $4,530,000 for the cost of the Center Street pump station replacement and upgrades, and authorizing the issuance of bonds and or clean water fund obligations to finance such appropriation. A motion to hear this item. Mr. Penley, seconded by Mr. Mottola. Backup for this item begins on page 5 with the bond resolution. The 14 points is on page 60. I'll go back to Ms. Gore.
Sure. So WPCA is seeking this funding of $4.53 million to fund the full replacement of the Center Street pump station. So similar to this pump station's force main, this station is 60 years old. It's at its end of life. The need to replace this pump station in full was identified in 2018. So here we are 7 years later. We have had failures of the pumps and the generator at this facility. The facility also, the building itself needs to structurally be brought up to code. It is located within a FEMA flood zone. It does need to meet current flood resiliency standards. It also contains hazardous building materials that need to be removed. The pump station is also undersized, so it's not fully meeting the capacity needs for its service area. As I mentioned, components are failing. The pumps, especially that were rebuilt about 1.5 years ago, required specialty builds. And so that's something that took quite a long time. That's really just a temporary repair to these pumps. They're not expected to last longer than 2 to 3 years at this point. There is inflow and infiltration to this pump station. It's really what's causing the wear and tear of its equipment. That will be addressed through the new design. Our capital plan earmarks this project to be underway for design in fiscal year 26. We do have an executed contract with Ty and Bond to perform those services for us. Ty and Bond completed the preliminary design for this project just recently in January. The costs are up to date in $2025. The reliability of those cost estimates is good as long as we don't continue to defer on the project like we have since 2018.
Okay, thank you for that. Questions from the board? This one's been on the list for a while. Okay, any comment from the public? Okay. All right, we can go ahead and vote then. All in favor of approving the bond resolution set forth in item 7A of the agenda, please raise your hand. Okay, it is unanimous. Thank you, everyone. All right, so we'll move to item 7B. To hear, consider, and adopt a resolution entitled a supplemental resolution related to a resolution appropriating $4,530,000 for the cost of the Center Street Pump Station replacement and upgrades and authorizing the issuance of bonds and or clean water fund obligations to finance such appropriations. Motion to hear this, Ms. Leclerc, seconded by Ms. Ruggiero. The backup for this item, the supplemental resolution is posted on page 59. Once again, relates to the project we just approved under item 7A. And this MOU, like the previous one, specifies the debt service cost for this project will be split 50-50 between the town and WPCA based on the criteria and the draft funding policy. Any questions? Mr. Myers.
It says in the financing project life that the project is applied to Kinetic Deep for consideration of prioritized CWF funding. When would you find out if you actually received some of that funding?
That's a good question. Our application was just submitted, I think it was January 16th. So it's been with Deep for a little bit over a month and a half now. I don't have an idea of what Deep's review period looks like, but I could find out. This would be be placed on the state's priorities list for fiscal years 26 and 27.
Other questions from the board? Okay, comments from the public? Okay. All right, we can vote. All in favor of approving the supplemental resolution set forth in item 7B of the agenda, please raise your hand. Okay, it is unanimous. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to item 8A. Another fourth main. Here, consider and adopt a bond resolution entitled a resolution appropriating $4,270,000 for the cost of the Mill River Pump Station Force Main rehabilitation and authorizing the issuance of bonds and or clean water fund obligations to finance this appropriation. Motion to hear this, Ms. Ruggiero, seconded by Mr. Penley. And the backup for this item begins on page 65 with the resolution. The key points is on page 70. I'll go back to the floor. Michelle, Mill River.
Oh, sure. Sorry, I didn't hear you, Lori.
That's okay.
So the WPCA is seeking the 4.27 million at this time to fund remedying potential breaches in the Mill River Force Main, as well as rehabilitate its redundant force main. So I will say that this project addresses two force mains that run in parallel to each other. Original construction and anticipated maintenance of the original structure is to continue with the force main and a redundant main. This force main carries the highest flow of all of our force mains throughout our system at over 1 million gallons per day of raw sewage. It conveys that sewage directly underneath the Mill River. So this is an environmentally sensitive project. As I mentioned, there are known potential points of breaches in the currently used force main. This was identified through a risk assessment that was performed last year. And that was bringing this project to a higher priority than it was initially scheduled for. This was initially scheduled to be taken on in the year 2030 to 2022. So we're looking to initiate design in fiscal year 26, similar to the Center Street Force Main. The Force Main is 40 years old. Would I say that it's at its end of life? No, this is a pipe that's made of a different type of structural material. This isn't asbestos concrete. This is ductile iron. This ductile iron pipe is expected to have a lifespan of like 75 to even 100 years. But unfortunately, due to lack of maintenance of these force mains, we are at the point we're at now and needing to rehabilitate sooner rather than later. Once we do perform the rehabilitation, it's expected that the force mains will be able to fulfill their full lifespan. So we'll get at least like another 30 years out of these force mains. The northern terminus of the force main is around the area of the Hi-Ho Hotel, in the area where the Merritt meets the Black Rock Turnpike. It runs down, collects wastewater from northern Umpqua, and terminates over in Lower Bronson Road area. And so not addressing this project at this time would result in, again, a release of raw sewage to the ground, also to the Mill River, Sturgis Road. Not addressing this will also limit our sewer capacity for this service area. Not addressing this would create a risk to public health and harm to the environment. As mentioned, this is pending DEEP's consideration for funding for clean water funds and to be on the state priorities list for fiscal year 26 and 27. And again, like the Center Street Force Main, moving forward with developing a standard operating procedure in the case that the force main does fail.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Everyone hears raw sewage and they're like ready to race it. Raw sewage discharge and, okay, Mr.
So on the
Yeah,
capital
I mean,
plan,
unfortunately, we deferred for quite some time, and it's unfortunate we don't have the luxury to wait.
We're not.
so Michelle, on the capital plan, the dollars are slotted in fiscal year 28 and 29. I mean,
For
this
construction.
sounds urgent. Is this literally like starting right away or do these?
So we're
dollars-
starting design. Yeah, we're looking to authorize design, go out to bid and authorize design in fiscal year 26. And then we're leaving a little bit of a buffer year there, depending on how much back and forth we need to go with the designers. But as soon as we get executable design in place and contractors go out to bid and get contractors on board, we're going to initiate that work.
Yeah, because I just see that Mill River, Center Street, they're all in the same time frame, so it just seems like a lot.
It is a lot. And again, unfortunately, like we had these evaluations performed in 2018 and then we deferred since then. And there's projects that, do need to move forward for these certain reasons.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, comments from the public? See none. Okay, all in favor of approving the bond resolution set forth in item 8A of the agenda? Please raise your hand. It is unanimous. Thank you, everyone. Item 8B, here consider and adopt a resolution entitled a supplemental resolution related to a resolution appropriating $4,270,000 for the cost of the Mill River Pump Station Force Main rehabilitation, authorizing the issuance of bonds and/or clean water fund obligations to finance such appropriation. Motion to hear this item, Mr. Ruggiero, second, somebody, Mr. Mottola. Okay, the backup for this item is on page 69. Once again, relates to the project we just approved under item. And this MOU also has a 50-50 split on debt service costs. Any questions from the board? Okay, public comment? Okay, all in favor of approving the supplemental resolution set forth in item 8B of the agenda, please raise your hand. Okay, that is unanimous. Thank you, everyone. Great, something slightly different. Item 9A, to hear, consider, and adopt a bond resolution entitled a resolution appropriating $600,000 for the cost to purchase a flusher truck for the Water Pollution Control Authority and authorizing the issuance of bonds and/or clean water obligations to finance such appropriation. Motion to hear this item, Mr. Mottola, seconded by Ms. Ruggiero. The backup for this item begins on page 75, which is the bond resolution. The 14 points is on page 79. And I'll turn it back to Ms. Gore.
Sure, thanks, Lori. So WPCA is seeking this board's authorization to fully fund the purchase of a replacement flusher truck, which will be used to maintain flow in its sewer mains. So our current truck is 15 years old. The cost estimate provided here is current, up to date in $2025 provided by our vendor. The truck is used to flush blockages from the sewer mains, preventing bypasses. Bypasses of our sewer collection system can cause backups. I'm going to use the word again, raw sewage. It's going to cause backups of raw sewage potentially in residential basements. There could be release to streets and yards versus via manhole lids. Bypasses do cause WPCF to be in non-compliance with its state-issued National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit. This purchase is planned, it's routine vehicle replacement, a 2025-6 model vehicle will provide enhancements above and beyond what we have in our 2010 vehicle. It will allow our road crew to more efficiently flush our lines and have less downtime on the roads. They do use this truck on a daily basis. We respond to both complaints by use of this truck, but we also provide preventative cleanouts and maintenance to our sewer lines as well.
Thank you. Questions for the board on this item? From the board?
So where does this fall in the three categories? Is this 100% on the?
Yeah, so we'll get to that on item 9B, but yes, it's 100%.
Okay.
Yep. Mr. Walsh.
So, Michelle, a couple questions. I see the new technology and that, things can be done remotely. Is there gonna be less workers working this truck when they use it? With this new technology?
I think that's a good question. I don't think there's going to be less workers on the truck. I know when I've been out shadowing our road crew, there is somebody needed to be at each end of the line that's being flushed. Then there's someone who needs to be at the truck both to run the truck because we don't have the remote capability to do so, but also to run the computer system that's associated with the truck. So I think that's a great question. It's something that the WPCF road crew staff can explore, but I think we're probably going to keep a 3-man crew out there regardless.
Okay. There's always hoping with the technology changes, that there's some efficiency in having less people. And despite investing in technology, it never seems to be that way. So I appreciate it though. Thank you. And I guess my issue with this one, is why doesn't just the WPCA just pay cash for it? Why bond this?
Yeah,
And
that's a
how
question.
did we handle this the last time? Because
That's
I
a
was on the board of
question.
selectmen at that time, and I would have remembered a flusher truck. Okay, it's not
That's a
something
question.
I'll never forget it after tonight.
That's the question that was raised by the WPCA commission as well. And I'm moving forward with the town's framework for purchasing heavy duty vehicles. And my understanding is this is town-wide, how the town has been funding heavy duty vehicle purchases. So we're following suit with that practice.
Well, we also have a fund for this kind of stuff, so did they not purchase this with cash the last time, their own fund?
I did not research that, but I could.
This did come up. They had the question. Again, we went with, the response at WPCA meeting was following similar to what we do on the town side. It's heavy equipment. It's well north of even $500,000 at this point. What the WPCA did in the past versus what the WPCA does now is also going to be completely different. In the past,
I can't hear you.
it's going to be it is completely different. I mean, you're even comparing even what they did 5 years ago to what they're doing right now is completely different. They're in a whole different environment of what they need to do infrastructure wise, even fleet. This is one of of some shows is now looking at things that have just never been looked at, never really been addressed other than a one-off here and there. So they might have had simply the funds to do it, but they weren't facing, paying for debt service, paying for some of the personnel overall. We are aware, if you look throughout the budget, that they've had to increase, staffing, inspectors, other things like that. And they're trying to shore it up, but it's a very different thing to try to compare. So the closest comparison was, what do we do on the town side? This is how we handle it on the town side. And it seemed reasonable and the commission agreed.
Michelle, how many vehicles does WPCA control?
Good question. I have an inventory of our fleet of vehicles and I didn't bring those notes with me this evening. But we have approximately 6 of our own vehicles that we have control over.
Do you have a replacement schedule like the
We
town
do.
has?
Yep, we have a replacement schedule in place for those.
Okay, could you present that maybe at the night that we bring the WPCA members before us?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
So we can see what that is?
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Is there anything as expensive as a $600,000 flusher truck?
This is probably our most expensive vehicle. Other vehicles that we utilize, we could potentially share with DPW. They're more multi-use vehicles. This one is a specialty vehicle that only we would be able to make use of.
I'm probably gonna be voting no because of the bond. I mean, I don't doubt that we need the flusher truck after 15 years, but I just don't want to bond it. We have plenty of money in the fund and I'm just not gonna bond it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay, Mary?
So we're gonna bond this over 15 years? Is that what 15 means?
Yeah.
It says, yeah.
Comments from the public? Okay, all in favor of approving the no, this is not the supplemental. This was the main. All in favor of approving the bond resolution set forth in item 9A. I'm losing my place here. 9A of agenda. Please raise your hand, say aye. Okay, opposed? Mr. Walsh, okay.
Mr. Stark, I think. I don't know.
I think, you voted in favor, Kevin? Yes, nod your head, okay.
His hand's still up.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. The motion passes 8-1. We'll move on to item 9B. So this is to hear, consider, and adopt a resolution entitled a supplemental resolution related to a resolution appropriating $600,000 for the cost to purchase a flusher truck for the WPCA and authorizing the issuance of bonds and obligations to finance such appropriation. Okay, so motion to hear this item, Ms. Ruggiero, second, Mr. Penley. Once again, this MOU relates to the project we just approved, and it assigns 100% of the debt service costs under that bond to WPCA based on the draft policy. Any questions?
No, I'm just gonna vote against it. So, because if I don't agree with that it should be paid for cash, then we don't need an MOU. So I just want it out there. I don't think that we need flusher.
You just love flusher truck, sounds like it.
I just want to say, and I had a
My life.
All right,
I
any
had a
public,
flusher truck in high school in 1976.
any public comment from the public? No, okay. All in favor of approving the supplemental resolution set forth in item 9B of the agenda, please raise your hand. Okay, opposed? And you're opposed, okay. Okay, the item passes 8-1 with Mr. Walsh placing. All right, thank you, everyone. Michelle, is that it for you?
That's it for WPCA monopolizing
long
tonight's
evening.
meeting.
Thank
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. It's so good to have you on board. Thanks for all the work you're doing. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your attention for these matters. Have a
Okay,
good
we'll
evening.
see you soon.
Scary.
Okay, so we're gonna move to item 10. This is to hear, consider, and adopt a bond resolution referred to as a resolution amending and restating a resolution entitled a resolution appropriating $4,125,000 for the costs of the Roger Ludlow Middle School Turf Field Project and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation. To increase the appropriation and bond authorization by $990,000 for a total appropriation and bond authorization of $5,115,000. Motion to hear this item. Ms. Ruggiero, seconded by Mr. Myers. So the backup for this item was posted online. It's included in a separate document entitled Updated Backup for Item 10, RLMS Turf Field. The backup consists of an amended bond resolution to the one that was originally approved in 2022. So as to account for the higher costs associated with this project. So this one is, who's presenting this one?
Eli?
I am.
Eli. Hi, Eli.
Good evening.
welcome. Turn it to you.
Sure. So this is, I believe about 2 weeks ago, I came in front of the board just providing an update on Ludlow Middle School turf field. We put together all of our cost increases and, you know, attached is a breakdown of the costs that's in the backup. I think it's the last page of the bond resolution. After all, the cost of removing the soil was $1,215,100. What we learned is that there was no geotech report submitted when we went out to bid. And so after the geotech report came back, we also needed the light poles foundations needed to go a little bit deeper than the contractor originally anticipated. So that was an additional $85,000. That subtotals to approximately 1.3 million. We had $200,000 as a contingency within the project originally. We negotiated 2 change orders as a credit, one for 34,000, an additional one for 163,000. That 163,000 was for the cost for the contractor to transport and dispose the soil if they had not been polluted. So he gave us $163,000 back. That leaves us with a total of 900,000. I did add a 10% additional contingency, which came up to about $90,000, only because due to the deeper foundations that are needed for the light pole bases, we might hit rocks in some area, and that is based off a unit price with the contractor. So I just wanted to make sure that we are covered on that front. And that gives us a total of the 990,000 that we are seeking.
Okay. Thank you. Can you just, before I open it up to the board for questions, what's the timing on completing this project?
The contractor is scheduled to be completed in May,
Okay.
and that's in line with Parks and Rec's original field opening.
Great. Okay, questions from the board on this item? Mr. Walsh?
Eli, I'm just confused. So talk to me about the cost of the soil removal. Is this because it was contaminated or there was more soil to remove than you anticipated?
Not contaminated. The soils were considered polluted.
They were considered polluted?
Polluted, yep. Polluted
Polluted
versus
with what?
contaminated. Polluted with PAHs and non-organics.
Were those
So-
put down when the middle school was, Roger Ludlow Middle School was constructed? I mean, where did these pollutants come from? Because obviously, you know, do we have anything with our children being on those fields while the soil is polluted?
No, so with polluted soils, you have 3 options under CTD. You have the ability to keep them on site if you were to choose to build a berm or pile them up, keep them on site. 2, you can ship them to another location, but that requires getting a permit from DEEP. Or 3, you can ship them to a disposal site, which is the option that we chose.
Okay, and there was no other place to ship them to, or there's no room on the site, I presume, right? That's what you're gonna tell me?
Yep, there's no room on the site, and we were not going to entertain building a berm on the site.
Bad word.
Well,
Yeah,
what are we doing?
every time I
What are
hear
we
that
doing?
word, I get
Well, what are we doing with the berm that's there now? Are
All right,
we taking that down?
No. Different
say
topic.
that again.
We have a berm that has contaminated materials and that probably needs to be removed, right?
Under the original fill pile location, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Yes,
That
that
berm
is
gonna
still
be
in
replaced?
negotiations. That is still in negotiations with EPA and DEEP. So I'm going to defer to our remediation attorney to discuss that if need be. I don't think he's on the call today, but
No, and
No,
we'll
no.
do that when we get to that topic at some point.
Couldn't they just be moved temporarily until we need to know whether we need to have them removed or not? And then decide later on that you need money to remove it? Like if we really need to ship them off?
regarding this soil,
Yeah,
ship them temporarily where?
down towards the fill pile.
No, because then
Because-
that you would be essentially
another
creating-
area?
Yeah, you would be creating a transfer area, and then that requires another permit from DEEP.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, and the depth of the light pole that is costing an additional $85,000. The contractor didn't know how far he was supposed to go down?
their contractor originally anticipated going down, I believe, 15 feet. And after doing a geotech report, which was not initially in the bid specifications, the bid specifications called out for the contractor to carry based off of a grade 5 soil. When the geotech report was submitted, he needed to, the electrical contractor came back and said, we need to go deeper with these foundations based on soil criteria. So now they're going down to up to 25 feet. So,
So the contract we had with the contractor said that we'd get the report later, and if we had to, we would pay for digging to a greater depth.
that's correct.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions from the board? Okay.
But Madam
um,
Chair,
Yes.
I just want to make the comment. I think you all know this, but this project's been in the works for a couple of years. Actually, I was on the RTM when it started.
Yeah.
Eli was brought in at the last minute to help right the ship. So, the initial calculations and all that, he had nothing to do with, but he's helped save money on what's a bad situation.
Yeah, thank you for negotiating those change order credits. Eli, I know that doesn't happen automatically, so.
Yeah, no problem.
And thank you for all and I think this is just also maybe a little bit of a walk. Well, and also a lesson, if next time we get a turf field, we probably need to vet the costs a little bit better. Because this is a, fairly significant increase. All right.
Would you recommend next time we do a turf field to do soil testing before we commit to something like this, Eli? Is that the proper way to do it?
I think not just a turf field. I think anytime we put a shovel in the ground in the town of Fairfield, we must do some soil sampling.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
All right, any other questions from the board? Okay, any comments from the public? Okay. All right, we can vote on this item. All in favor of approving bond resolution set forth in item 10 of the agenda, please raise your hand. Okay, and Mr. Penley is out of the room, so that motion carries 8-0. We'll move
Thank
to
you,
item-
everybody.
Thank you, Eli. With item 11. This is to hear, consider, and adopt a bond resolution entitled a resolution appropriating $2,871,839 for the costs of certain non-recurring capital projects and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation. So motion to hear this item, Ms. Ruggiero, seconded by Mr. Mottola. So the backup for this item begins on page 94 of the PDF. With the bond resolution. Following that, on page 98, there is a list of 8 projects that are part of the resolution, 5 of which are for the town, and 3 of which are for Fairfield Public Schools. For the benefit of the public, typically when we have non-recurring capital projects that are smaller like this, meaning individually under $1 million, we combine them into a single bond resolution, as has been done here. Okay, so the backup looked like it was a little bit out of order, but I'll just go based on the order of Exhibit A here. So we can start with the Fire Department Marine 217 boat. And the backup for that is posted online on page 151.
So we've got, acting Chief Kieran Dunn and, Deputy Chief Rugged. And I just circulated a document with the 14 points. There was a document that was inserted into the backup related to the dual boat with 14 points, which actually that. So there was actually a secondary 14-point document. I also will post it later as backup, but I did email it starting early, so have it.
Just so I'm clear, is this, so where it says Marine 217 boat, is this actually a safe boat 25 Defender we're purchasing?
So, it is,
Yeah, so this 14 points goes with the first item. Right.
But it's a different, it's not a Marine 217 boat, it's a safe boat.
so the current boat is 17 feet. And so they call it a Marine 217. It's nomenclature, but it's replacing Marine 217.
Gotcha, all right.
All right. Sorry you guys have been sitting here so long, but thank you for being here. Welcome. Turn it over to you.
Deputy Chief Roger Case, go through the background. Thank you for having us. What we're looking for here is the replacement of our 17-foot rigid hull inflatable Zodiac boat in the Southport Marina at Jasper. Boat was 18 years old. It served us well over the time that we put it. It's got its age about the issues that it has, that it is an open center console boat. There's no protection for so that we assisted in rescues. We seek to replace that with a aluminum hull boat with a full cabin that will allow us to not only expand, not only to protect our personnel and bring in, but we can expand our services to year round. The Zodiac is really just seasonal, and at the end of the season, the water is extremely cold to be using that, especially with this boat, we use it for, not for firefighting as we don't have a second firefighting boat. We just have our main boat for that, but it's primarily a fast response rescue boat. Anyone familiar with the coastline of our town, Penfield Light and Penfield Reef really divide two areas of our waterways. And it actually is divided by the U.S. Coast Guard as well. Each neck has the west side of the reef, and Coast Guard New Haven Station has the east side of the reef. What it means for us is response time. For us to leave South Benson Marina, we can't usually get across that jetty. At extreme high tides, you may be able to, but you have to be an experienced mariner to know exactly where you could cross, and you need to know exactly what tide it is. So we don't take that risk. We would have to go all the way. That can take us up to 15 minutes to get around the light into the area of the west side of the reef. That's a long time to hold your breath if you're having a water emergency. The area that we're looking to go to requires a shallow draft boat. And what we're looking for replacement here is about an 18-inch draft. There's no problem with us getting in the water with that one. Areas off of Kenzie Point, through Sunken Island, we've had boats run aground there. There's an incredible surfers, kite surfers that all go in that Kenzie Point area because they enjoy the shallower water while they're doing it. However, they do tend to get exhausted and they get injured. Not something that they all think about when they're out there, quite a distance from shore. But even in shallow water, hypothermia sets in very quickly for those people. So, having a rapid response vessel that we have 24/7, 365 response out of the yacht yard gets us to those people very quickly. We have great partners at the yacht yard, and we participate in emergency readiness drills with them as well. But they're also a good for us to utilize with that boat. As
Now, I understand you may have just gotten these 14 points tonight. I apologize for that. You'd have them in place. I think they were supplanted by a different document. As you look through that, one of the things that's in there I want to draw to your attention is the reliability of the cost estimate. We have right now quotes that are active and valid. Waiting on these quotes is going to change the value. It's going to increase. The raw material that these quotes are made out of is right now, there's a lot of talk about tariffs and raw materials like that is going to impact the price of the boat. This is a project that's been in our waterfall for quite a few years. We've planned on the replacement of 217, and we're hoping to get that through in this fiscal year. No additional long range costs for operating this. We would put this boat right where our 2 and 7 Zodiac is now, so there's no change in existing facilities and the use of the yard area where we deploy out of. Overall, it makes a safer platform for us to work on. It increases our level of service to the community. In long range, its durability is significantly greater than a fiberglass rigid hull inflatable boat.
Thank you. Questions, Mr. Matola?
So do you, does the police department have a rescue type boat in Southport, or is it just the fire department?
The police department has boats, not in Southport.
It's in South Benson.
South Benson.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Penley?
Yeah, thanks for that. I just want to ask you some questions to understand sort of the need for this. How many times last year, roughly, if you have an idea, did you have to go out on the Zodiac?
A frequency of call type criteria. It's the situations in how they occur that's more of an issue to me than the frequency of occurrence. But I can tell you that every year we have 3 to 4 events where people come to the reef to fish. Most of those people are not from our area. A lot of people actually come from the Danbury area, as we find out and we identify these people. And they're unaware of the dangers of when the tide comes in over the reef. So those rescues themselves are usually 3 to 4 per year for that. And
Very dangerous rescues, you're saying. They were life-threatening situations.
it's very life-threatening for the anglers because they usually have hip waders. And they figure that, okay, you know, I'll be okay on this reef. My feet are gonna get wet up to my knees maybe, but they don't anticipate that the tide is over their head when it comes in.
In those times where you have like an emergency situation, in those 3 or 4 instances, how many times were you guys the first people to get there versus the police or the Coast Guard?
We have a great working relationship with our police department. And with that, we have a team approach to that. As far as the Coast Guard goes, the Coast Guard looks at all of the local municipalities as the first line of defense, right? So we're considered force multipliers in their world. They will defer to all the local communities because we know the coastal areas better than they do. Response wise, they're at least an hour out from when they get notified, and that includes a helo. Depending on where we ask it from, the helo is usually coming from Rhode Island.
I was out at the beach this year and there was a terrible event. And I saw the whole thing. So I'm in favor of this kind of thing, although it's not frequently used. We've got a lot of beaches.
Yeah, the thing that one of the important things to consider is water. In our world, we look at risk and benefit, and when we look at risk, we consider, is it dangerous to my life and health? And we call that IDLH, immediately dangerous to life and health. Anything where your nose goes below the water, you are in an IDLH. There's no changing that. If you are fatigued, if you are injured, if your vessel is going down and you don't have the ability to swim, tread water for the rest of your life, or you can rely on somebody else to come get you. This town has given us the tools to be able to do that. What we're asking to do is replace an 18-year-old vessel
with something that's substantially more robust and is going to provide protection to our people so that we can do our job better for the community.
Thanks.
So I just have a question about, like, why does the police department and the fire department handle the marine safety? Like, why is it split? Like, why doesn't just the police do it? I mean, I'm very happy that you're gonna have a vessel in Southport because I mean, you can't get from South Benson to the Sasco Beach problem fast enough. So why is that? It's a great question. The police department and the fire department have two very different missions, whether we're operating on land or whether we're operating in the water. Fire department is primarily concerned with life safety, rescue, environmental impact of releases of fuels and things like that on the water. The police department, I would ask, they're here, they may be able to speak to that. I don't want to speak for another agency from my position, but we do team up. I mean, there's going to be an investigation. There's going to be possibly infractions. You know, what caused these things? The fire department doesn't do those things. Okay. We look to mitigate the emergency, get treatment for those who are injured, and address any environmental impacts as quickly as we can. Does that help? Very much.
Ms. Ruggiero?
Just a quick question. So is this also being proposed for bonding because it's a vehicle, so to speak? Is that why that's on this list? As opposed to being paid for?
Yeah, I mean, generally.
Yes, yeah.
Non-recurring capital items like this, yeah, over the threshold, yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Walsh?
You mentioned that experienced mariners get there a lot quicker.
Eventually, it depends on.
Do we not have
tide.
experienced mariners?
But we can't control the tide or when the event occurs.
So can experienced mariners, regardless of the tide, get through there or not get through?
Cannot get through.
No experienced mariner can get
At a high tide,
at a high tide.
there's a very slim dip in the reef that if you align your vessel correctly, you may get across without damage.
Okay, even with GPS systems, which I presume your boats have, correct?
Correct.
All your boats have that, right?
They do. Now, at speed, GPS isn't real time. It takes reaction time for that to occur.
Okay, but if you slow down near the reef when you were coming up to it, GPS catch up, correct? It seems like a faster route if you really had someone dying there. It seems like you wouldn't want to not try that.
I think I understand what
You slow
you're
it
saying.
down and say, we're at the dangerous point. We know where it is on our GPS. We have a dot here, exactly where it is. Slow down, let the GPS catch up and cut through, correct?
Potentially. So
Potentially.
in my personal experience doing that,
Yep.
I've scraped the boat because I thought I was right where I needed to be and I don't have an exact depth of tide.
Okay,
So it's a risk benefit.
but I presume you think scraping a boat for saving somebody who's dying, like on site, it's probably.
The angler we pulled in the boat he didn't care that we scraped it.
No.
Didn't
And
either.
you wouldn't care about that either, correct?
That's right.
You'd rather pay for a repair but save a life.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but I would like that asset to be usable the next day, the next week, when running gear ripped out of a boat is very expensive to repair, very dangerous to the vessel if you start taking out water. Now we come from where we were at a point of being in control of a rescue to being a victim needing rescue on our own.
Talk to me about your inventory of boats. I thought we had just purchased you fairly substantial boat, something with 3 engines that 800 horsepower. I mean, it was like having been in some, I don't have boats, but I'm often in boats and seeing how much they cost and what kind of engines they have. That thing's a hot rod, okay? That thing is fast, okay? So you have a boat already that can
No, sir.
get to, okay.
That boat will be delivered May of 26.
Okay,
There's a build time for that.
Are
And
we
we
trying to?
are in the cash
Okay,
for.
so are we trying to cover a period of time when that's gonna be like in the queue? Or when would this boat be coming online?
A replacement for 217 would be about a year out.
Okay. Well, when would the other boat that we've ordered?
May of 26.
May of 26.
Yes, that would be
This
the,
boat that you're asking for is 27.
no,
Oh,
excuse me,
sorry.
also 26, about a year from now.
Okay, so they're both coming online at basically the same time, if we approve this. Okay, so you have those two boats, you're gonna be giving up 217, correct? Just a Zodiac.
Yes.
Do you have any other boat? Do you have another boat you used to have a boat that you kept at the main fire station? You would trailer it down to the reef if there was a problem. You'd hook it up right away. I'll call it down Reef Road.
In our history, we had a inflatable boat.
Sure.
No rigid hull anything.
Yep.
That boat was decommissioned and we don't have that. It was replaced by 217,
Okay.
which is the rigid hull inflatable.
Okay.
That boat was trailered.
Mhm.
A bunch of years ago, we pulled water, reduce our response times.
So you have two boats and Madam Chairwoman, through you to the chief who's there. How many boats, chief, do you have?
2 vessels.
2 vessels. Okay. 24 foot and a what?
34 foot.
And a 34 foot. I'm having a hard time understanding why, the first selectman, I was hearing at some of his budget hearings that he would like to consolidate certain departments like the BOE technology area with the town's IT area and the human resources department potentially. But I don't understand why there's not, why we keep expanding our boat inventory, which I facetiously say is starting to become, and I'm saying this very facetiously because I know, I'm not saying you're not saving lives or whatever, but it's becoming like almost like a little Navy. Like we're adding more boats than whatever, and why we can't coordinate those services between police and fire, understanding that part of the operation may be investigation after we save a life. And then we just get different personnel on the boat, I guess. And I don't know whether there's been any coordination of services to look at this or not, or whether everybody just wants their boats. Both departments.
We can certainly explore enhancing our operations together.
Sure.
That will, we'll have to meet and do that, but yeah,
Okay.
we wouldn't be opposed to that at all.
Okay, Westport, as far as I know, for police and fire have no boats, is that correct? Chief says no. Does fire, your communication with them pretty?
They have a Zodiac that is usually half deflated
Okay.
on the apparatus floor.
Anything happens in Westport, whether investigative, whether it's emergency, the 4 Fairfield fire boats, the 4 town asset, our 4 boats are going to assist Westport, right? How many does Bridgeport have? Does anybody have any idea?
They have a fireboat and they have a police
Yeah,
boat
they have
that I
2.
know of. They may, there may
They
be,
have 1 of each.
well,
Yeah,
they may have more than that, but know that they have a fireboat and a police boat.
Okay, so they have 1 of each. How about Stratford?
1 fireboat. I'm sorry, in the water, 1 fireboat, trailer, smaller boats like, Zodiac is like a all-around utility boat that people get so that they can get in the water.
Fast. Yeah, okay, okay. It just seems like the other communities are like getting 1 and 1, and now we're getting 2 and 2, and they're not cheap boats. And my concern is over time, the maintenance that we have to have on these boats. I know they're brand new, so at least hopefully. I have friends who in the very first year are having to get warranty service because the motor dies in the very first year. But it just seems as though it's asking the taxpayer a lot to have 4 separate boats when potentially your department and the police department could get together and try to figure out a better system on usage of both types of boats we need and how we would go about usage of those. in an emergency situation. And it just concerns me. So, for that, at least for right now, I can't support this personally. I'd like to hear you guys get together and talk about it, but it just seems like a lot of assets and a lot more than other communities are willing to do. And I guess that's my point.
Can I say something? I hear what you're saying. I think that's good planning going forward. But I kind of heard a totally different thing, which is that this boat saved like 4 people's lives last year. That's what I'm hearing. Like,
Zodiac?
well, they need a boat to replace the city. So they need this in their arsenal. And let's consolidate going forward, but I mean, I'm not.
We have 3 boats. Also Zodiac that's going is at the end of its life. So we still have 4 boats.
They're coming at different places, right? Leaving from different locations.
I'm not sure where the police boats are, whether they're both at.
So South Benson and Southport.
For us, we're in South Bend, we're in South.
Southport. And should we ask our?
I just,
We're at South Bend.
why doesn't the police have one in Southport?
We just have our location and our substation in South Benson Marina. So that's where they work out of their staff.
Isn't your other boat more of a firefighting boat?
It is, it's got
A rescue boat, really. I mean, you could use it as that, but.
The Endeavor 34 that is under construction is more of a full service fire and rescue boat.
Right.
It's capable of hosting our dive group on there. It's got firefighting capabilities, very robust firefighting capabilities. However, what it doesn't have is a low draft. That boat needs a more draft underneath it in order to get across the terrain that we need to get to. It won't go into the waters off of Kenzie Point at low tide. It will run aground. So we have to be able to get into those areas where we find that people get into trouble. This 2 and 7 and the replacement for 2 and 7 hits that need.
Sorry, can I say something? Just the idea that because you were saying, so an event's happening in the water, you guys are an hour before the Coast Guard.
Yes.
So that could mean both of your boats are the first things there before the Coast Guard even shows up, right?
The Coast Guard usually does not send a vessel. What they wind up doing is they have what's called an on-scene coordinator, which is whoever the incident commander is for the community.
Guys, the microphone. Go ahead, sir.
So they rely on the information that the on-scene coordinator gives them to make a determination if they're even going to send an asset. If we have a bona fide search and rescue case, they refer to that as a SAR case, where there was a witnessed person going in the water, not just, oh, we think they'll send a boat, and then they might send a helicopter. But the timing of that it's an hour.
Any further questions before we vote on? Yeah.
And so chief, police chief, I see in the back, your boat down at the marina is kind of used. I'm gonna compare it to like a patrol boat, like a patrol vehicle. You're out there patrolling the waters to make sure people are doing the proper things in their facilities and their boats. I know you can use it for rescuing if you had to, but that's really the primary function of that boat, correct?
Yeah, we do on the water enforcement, salvage, diving, search and rescue, emergency response, and accident reconstruction in some cases, boating underneath.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm fine with this. Thank you.
Right, any other questions before we vote on this item?
Would we vote on this or?
Oh, yeah,
the
no,
whole
you
thing?
know what, let's not, we won't, we'll vote on everything together, okay, because we have one bond resolution, thank you for that, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if you want to hang around.
We appreciate very much.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to hang around, but yeah, really, really helpful, so thank you so much. Okay, so we're gonna move to the second item in the schedule, which is labeled Grassmere Playground for $450,000, and the backup for this item is on page 99. I see Mr. Calabrese on the screen. Hello, Anthony. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening. All right, you want to tell us about this
Yep,
exciting new
absolutely.
project?
All right, Anthony Calabrese, Director of Parks Recreation. Project before you is to replace the playground at the site formerly known as the Pilot House. The playground there is over 20 years old, really at the end of its useful life, with the plan of swapping that building into, creating that building into an adaptive recreation center. We'd like to create this playground as a fully ADA compliant playground with poured in place surfacing, and making it fully accessible for children of all ages and abilities. The budget we have planned for this is just about $450,000, and that's what we are hoping that you guys will approve. And happy to take any questions.
All right. Thank you. Questions from the board on this? Mr. Walsh.
Anthony, how many playgrounds did we replace with ARPA money?
I believe the number was 9.
9. Okay, it just seems, and I'm sure these playgrounds need to be replaced. It just seems like we've replaced 9 in a very short period of time. And now there's these other 3 now that are here before us. And why were these not prioritized if they're so necessary during the ARPA fund?
Well, the ones that were prioritized during ARPA were in worse shape than these ones.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, can these wait a little bit?
This one I wouldn't wait on. The rugby playground that I'm going to talk about next is also, we've already decommissioned some of the features of that. There was a broken slide, things of that nature. So, I mean, you can wait, but things are going to be removed and closed down because they're just becoming unsafe.
I've just never seen this volume of playgrounds. I mean, were all these put in at the same time? I've just never seen funding this.
They were.
This level of playground replacements come forth in this short a period of time.
Yep.
And that were bonded. Maybe they were paid for out of your budget. Maybe they were paid for from other sources. But playgrounds for bonding is kind of a newer thing. And I know the ARPA wasn't bonding. But I presume that if those 10 were not done by ARPA, that you would have bonded those as well, or at least recommended them, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. How long do these playgrounds last?
About 20 years, 20 to 25 years.
So 20, 25 years ago, we had, you think approximately the 9 that were just done with ARPA money, and now another 3 were all done
Yeah, it was
at the same time?
Yeah, roughly between 1995 and 2006, I believe most of our playgrounds were replaced. So that was, about 24 playgrounds or so. I'd have to double check the number on that, but that's what my records are showing last when things were installed.
Were they bonded?
I don't know. That's definitely before my time, and the minutes back in the 90s weren't nearly as detailed as they are nowadays.
You know your revolving fund?
I do, yes.
Have you guys ever thought about using or coming to the town to see if you could use some of the, you know, how that rolls over and if it gets to a certain amount, then you turn it over to the town?
Yep.
Have you ever thought about using that access or coming to the town, the first selectman, the board of selectmen, and maybe this body to use that extra amount to do a playground? So it stays within, the excess would stay within the assets that Parks and Rec controls, where the money was actually generated?
Yeah, that's definitely a consideration. To do that, though, you would have to reduce the revenue line that we already contribute, right? The budget line that we carry is 140,000. So even if I was just to take the rugby playground and say, hey, I'd like to, use that money for that, your revenue line is going to be zeroed out because we're using it. Again, that would be a decision that the Board of Finance you guys would make. So, or the administration, but it could be done for sure.
Yeah, it just seems to me that it would be a better way to fund these playgrounds, and stay within, your purview of things that you do. And that recreation funds would be used to purchase recreation assets as opposed to taking the excess and just turning it over to the town and it going into basically our general fund.
I understand.
Because
Okay, I mean, this is like very, the amount that we have for a year wouldn't even cover a partial payment, would be a partial payment on one of these playgrounds. And I think that's a policy decision. We have a policy now on the revolving fund. So what this would effectively do would be to start funding part of the cost of playgrounds out of the general fund budget, which, we're not gonna make that decision tonight. But Mr. Gerber, did you have something?
Yeah, it's kind of separate from the points that Mr. Walsh was making. I just want to make sure everyone understands what is happening at the former pilot house, and maybe everyone does, but I just want to reiterate that Anthony is starting the adaptive rec program will be on that site. And the playground, which was, like a playground, I think it was the one used at like when Grassmere was an elementary school, will be used by young adults and adults in wheelchairs with, intellectual and physical disabilities. It's a different thing altogether. So it's not comparable to maybe the next one that he's going to talk about on the rugby, site. Rugby playground. This one is a new program.
Thank you for that. Any other questions on this one? Okay, Anthony, are you gonna take us through the rugby park one?
Yep.
This one?
Yep. Rugby park, again, playground over 20 years old. This one, you can see by the pictures, much worse condition than a lot of our other playgrounds. Some things have been decommissioned on here already. We're looking for $150,000 to replace this neighborhood playground. Again, happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the board on this? Okay, Veterans Park tennis court rebuild?
Yep. Veterans Park has 2 tennis courts at the park. Currently they are bituminous. We want to replace them with post-tension concrete, which is what we've been doing with all our tennis courts that we replace. The post-tension, while it's an initial higher cost, you do get a 20-year warranty against cracks and 10 years on the resurfacing and the lines, which in the long run will pay for itself. Haven't had any issues with any of our post-tension. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions on this one?
Are those gonna just be tennis courts?
They'll be double lined for pickleball as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Anthony, how bad are the tennis courts? I haven't been down there at the Veterans.
They're about 12 years old, so they've got some heavy cracks and are definitely need to be replaced, whether it's post-tension or bituminous. Again, post-tension to me makes the most sense and gives us the best bang for our buck.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Okay, if there's no other questions on those, we can go to the number 5, which is the acquisition of 554 Tungus Hill Road. And who's going to take us through this one?
You can kick that off, and I think First Selectman may want to speak to it.
I wasn't sure. Is Mark Barnhart on or?
Don't think he is. So you may want to update from the Board of Selectmen.
Okay. Mr. Gerber, do you want to do this or?
I mean, I certainly can. Tungus Hill Road, we have the property that the former state garage that was given to the town by the state, but it's still there. It's going to have to be demolished. But the town has been planning for a number of years, starting under the past administration to lease that property to Operation Hope. Operation Hope has two separate locations, both of which one they have to vacate pretty soon, and that is the one at First Church, which is the future site of the Irish Hunger Museum. The other one is Nickel Street behind the police headquarters, which we would like to use for our first responders. They're not in a particularly, it's not it's not an emergency for them to leave ASAP, but they know, first of all, that they will have to leave eventually, and they have this opportunity for this site on Tungus Hill Road. The problem when they started doing the design is that they realized they don't have enough space there for parking, and also to have the building that they need. So they asked basically everyone around them whether or not they could acquire their property or lease space for parking, and they were unable to do so. Behind them, the property, which is St. Michael's Church, has been empty for some time. Talk to them. They are willing to sell to Operation Hope. Operation Hope has $1.5 million in state grant money. The agreed upon amount for the sale is 1.8. They've got 1.5. I'm sorry. Did I say 1.5 or 1.8 for their grant money? It's 1.5. The cost of the acquisition is 1.8. The town relies very heavily on Operation Hope. They feed over 800 of our residents daily, 7 days a week, 2 meals a day. And they also provide housing to 42 residents with supportive services. So we rely, and our police and human services refer people to them regularly. I think Julie DeMarco said daily to me when I asked her. So we need them to be viable, and so we'd like to make the investment of $300,000 to allow them to buy that property. Then they're going to have to go out and do a major capital campaign to actually fund the building of the new building on that site. And that's really, if David, if you want to add anything, or anyone else,
Or we can go to questions. That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, try to move along. All right, Mr. Matola?
So just, hey, Bill, back on the backup, it says that the funds would be provided in the form of low interest loans.
Right.
So they're gonna pay us back.
So they're not going to pay us back. It'll be probably amortized for nothing. I don't think the plan would be that we would recoup that money. This is, but we would have an interest in the property, so that if for some reason the building doesn't get built and they can't move in, then we would have the property. But that property, most of it, you can't use it for much. You can't knock down the church. It's a historic site, and the annex you can use and build there and do other things. But the church itself, you'd have to keep the structure intact.
All right. Other questions, Mr. Walsh?
Mr. Gerber, you said something about where you said that Operation Hope will be vacating the parcel that's next door to the police station, and that site will be used for first responders.
Well, yeah.
I never heard about this before. Can you explain what that is?
Well, actually, David's probably better to talk about it, but that is, that building behind the headquarters.
Yeah.
Both the fire marshals and I shouldn't have said first responders. I'm sorry, including fire marshals, fire and police have potential uses for that property, and we would like to make that whole area more secure with more secure. Essentially, there's some ideas that I don't know if we want to talk about tonight, but that Operation Hope really should not be in that building long term. They don't want to be in that building long term because their use for that building, they used to have, I believe they had short-term emergency housing there for people. They no longer do. I think they use the kitchen there, but and then the pantry, which is their bigger part of the operation, is over at that First Church property. So it's not ideal for them. They want to get out, and once they do, we have a lot of uses for that property.
Thank you.
So the 300,000, I'm just still confused. We're going to be contributing that towards the purchase of the property with St. Mark's.
St. Michael's, yeah.
St. Michael's, excuse me. St. Michael's for the purchase price of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I'm misunderstanding, or is this just, we're gonna take $300,000 and make a donation? Or are we gonna have a lien against the property until they
We're gonna have a
whatever they
lien.
need to build? Or is this some type of loan? I'm a little confused.
Yeah,
about
it's a it'll be a non-interest bearing loan, and I have not actually looked at the loan, the draft of the loan document. So maybe one of the gentlemen there has, but the idea is that this is not, they will not be paying us interest, but we will have a lien on the property. Really, in case the plans don't come to fruition, then this comes back to us. We have some lien on the property.
So we're gonna invest the money into the property, give them, use 300,000, and then the town's gonna get without interest back. We're gonna get the $300,000 back from Operation Hope. Is that what you're saying?
No, that would amortize, and we're not expecting to get that back.
Okay, so you're just gonna like run down the number, amortize it over, say 20 years or some period of time. And then once that's amortized on a yearly basis after they open, we're going to just forgive this and now it just becomes theirs you'll take the lien off of it?
I believe that the purpose of the lien is to ensure the project gets completed, and I don't really know the details of how we're going to structure that, but the purpose would be that if they can't get the financing to build the building and create and make sure that Operation Hope is there and can stay in Fairfield and doesn't get closed down. I mean, if that doesn't happen, then we would get our money back through a sale of the property.
Okay, so if we vote on this, will you get those documents to the Board of Finance so that we can at least understand what we gave $300,000 for?
Well, I'd have to ask Tom or David whether I think there's been some drafts going back and forth with Mark Barnhart. I don't know. I think the next meeting we have on this, Mark Barnhart has to be here, but certainly we can get you the documents when they're ready. If I don't think they are ready yet, though.
Yeah, there have been some discussions. I don't think there's a draft yet.
Okay, because I'm just a little confused what we're giving $300,000 for. I mean, it sounds like a good idea, but I would like to see the documents or understand and have a write-up by Mark Barnhart exactly how it's going to be handled, and then and then get the documents to show it. That's what we normally expect.
Yeah.
Claire?
So where my issue is, it's not helping Operation Hope. I'd like to help them, but we won't have an asset to, so if we're gonna bond this, usually you have an asset for 20 years over the period of the bond. So we're gonna be paying interest on 300,000 of something we don't own. Because it's gonna go to Operation Hope.
$300,000 and not bond it?
That makes sense. We were looking at where,
Kind of like a grant.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
where's that money gonna come from? That's the question.
so, I think one thing, and I think, Bill alluded to it, but it has to do, just that building alone. One of the things that we have discussed is when we go to do at a minimum, the firehouse renovation, that if we want to, get that building completed without having to add on to that building, we're going to need some of the space in the operation, what is the Operation O building, which is the old.
Right, but I think I think Mary's asking a different question.
Financial,
It's gonna cost us more than $300,000 because we're
I guess
gonna
that-
put interest. So just.
Yeah,
let's-
but we
could do-
we do have an interest in a physical asset, right? Because we'll have
We'll have an interest in a physical asset that is, it's St. Michael's Church and has a value that it's been valued at a couple million or 1.8 million, and that's what they're paying for it.
But only for a short period of time, some period of time. I mean, in the history of the town of Fairfield, this is gonna be probably 20 years or something, and then we'll have no interest in that property. Correct?
I mean,
Sell the property.
if they, so they they can sell that property, but the other property is a ground lease. The property where they will build the building belongs to the town. It'll be a long-term lease, $1 a year, sort of typical for, as we do for some other not-for-profits. So the garage, where the garage is now, that will be a long-term lease to Operation Hope. We're talking about the St. Michael's property where we would have, they have a gap of $300,000 to make this happen. And that's really going to be used for parking.
Just seems like if we're giving I mean, I love Operation Hope and I like some of the other organizations. I think I know of only one other, but you may know of more since you're the first selectman and I just don't have a sense of it. Like we were the Center for Women and Families. I think it has a different name now in Bridgeport. That's Center for Family Justice or something now. We gave office space in, I think it was the Mona Terrace, what used to be Oldfield School, would like give them an office for $1, all great stuff. But all these deals are really charitable contributions we're giving to these entities every year.
Right.
They almost should be figure out what the true value is and that amount somehow, someplace, like, what we're giving that entity, or even if it's not in our budget, because it's not a budgeted item, it seems as though we should have some way to identify like how much we're contributing to a different entity.
Yeah. And we, other ones, just to fill in some of the blanks on that, with like LifeBridge is the building behind Burr Mansion. I think that's $1 a year lease. Actually, the Nickel Street is $1 a year lease to Operation Hope. So, we do this. And so we're transferring that $1 a year lease from we did it with the Pilot House. Yeah.
well, since we've had John Staffstrom sitting here just looking pretty the whole night and waiting to be asked a question.
And make it his hourly rate.
Thank you.
Is there any,
I support all attorneys to do.
are there any
Nice
concerns?
ride, John, so far, so.
Right.
So, John, is there any concern on this? Does anything about this arrangement give you pause where we're bonding an item here and we're ending up with maybe a temporary interest in something that we won't have, assuming that they go forward and get their capital call and build their building? Is there anything concerning about that?
No, there's nothing concerning about it. I mean, our other clients of ours do this also. I do think, although you're going to have an interest in this, as the first selectman stated, it's structured from the write-up. It's structured as a no interest bearing loan. And the reason you're going to have that note is you need a note and an obligation to secure a mortgage. So, somebody in the future will obviously have to monitor if the building is ever sold, if you get your $300,000 back. And if not, and if the building's not sold, and if you don't get your $300,000 back, I do think the board has to consider this as a grant. But other of our municipal clients do make grants to not-for-profits such as this. If you were making a grant to a for-profit, we'd have some different issues. But making a grant to a not-for-profit like this, is done if it's in the community interest. And I think the first selectman has pointed out that the need in the community for this type of a not-for-profit to provide the services it does, where others are not there to provide those services.
Okay. Thank you for that. Any other questions on this item? All right, why don't we keep going? So we'll move on. We have 3 projects here related to Fairfield Public Schools. The first one being the Fairfield High School elevator replacement, and the backup for that is on page 147. Welcome, Mr. Papa George. Sorry to keep you so late.
Thank you. Good evening. So this in the budget meetings, originally these projects lived within the operating budget for the schools. We were asked to remove them and bring them before you as bonding items. Did live on our waterfall as bonding items in the past. And removed from there, so we've been asked to put them back on there. The first project you have before you tonight is the Roswell Middle School Fire Alarm Project. That's for a total of $425,408. This is a proprietary fire alarm system that we're putting in the building is built. It has limitations. The software is unavailable for it now. The components are built only. The manufacturer doesn't support the system any longer. So that's why we're asking for the $425,408 to replace the system with a non-proprietary system that we will be able to advance and continue to maintain.
Ms. Ruggiero?
So you stated that you had these type of items bonded in the past, and then you took them and put them into an operating budget. What was the theory on moving it to the operating?
They were moved to the operating budget when our waterfall when the Board of Ed's waterfall looked at and revamped the $12.5 million cap each year. There was some projects that didn't really fit in that needed to be done sooner than later. That's why they were moved out of there and into the plan to put them in operating.
And you were asked to move them out because the budget came in higher than obviously desired.
Correct.
So it's just are elevators always bonded? I mean, elevator replacement sounds like a routine cost to me.
Elevator
It's not like you're creating, I mean, it's a replacement of an asset you already have that is now.
It is deteriorating.
Yeah.
So we would.
So it sounds like it was the right call to move it into the budget.
The elevators do live on the Board of Ed waterfall. They are there as a replacement project over the
Back on
years,
there as a point.
as of the last waterfall at the board closing on October, but I could be wrong.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ruggiero. Any other questions on this one? Mr. Welsh?
Yeah, I just cannot support this. I mean, this was in the Board of Ed budget and it is now being yanked out basically by the administration to offer funding, and I'm not taking money that was budgeted and now using the town's credit card to pay for it. It's just not gonna happen. And this was what I told some members of the committee, the fund balance and debt service or debt, I can't remember the full name of your committee, this exact same thing about a week ago.
Okay.
That was my concern, because now we start on a slippery slope. Well, we want to have a better tax rate for the taxpayer. Let's just start whipping things out of the budgets and start bonding them all. We have so much bonding to do, so many different projects. I am not going down this slippery slope and start taking things out of budgets and forcing the Board of Ed. They didn't want to do this. They wanted it in their budget. They thought they could fit it in. And now we're taking it out and bonding it and putting it on the credit card. The credit card can only go so high.
Okay, so, and thank you. And I just want to clarify though, I think, so you said, Mr. Papa George, if I understood you, that historically, these types of things were always in the waterfall. They were bonded, they met the bonding criteria, but you took them out temporarily when you had that 12 million cap in your capital in your waterfall, you were given that cap. And so for that reason, you put these in your operating budget because they didn't fit in your 12 million with all the HVAC and everything, right? So we're sort of reverting back to the way this was normally done. And I hear what you're saying, Mr. Walsh. I guess I would just point out this does meet the criteria of our capital policy. It's obviously a non-recurring item and it's over the threshold, but Mr. Matola?
And then just all these matters, all these projects are in our current waterfall. They're accounted for.
I assume they are, David, these are in our current waterfront.
Yeah, that's all I need.
Okay,
As of what date?
What's that?
What date? As of what date are they in our waterfall? As of what date?
Weeks ago?
Yeah, the most recent run, they were added back
What date was that?
in the last few weeks.
so we have one tonight. Do we had one 2 weeks ago? Were they there 2 weeks ago?
I believe they were added prior to that.
Angelus, you want to take us to the Roger Ludlow Middle School?
Can I just say,
Sure.
what is the useful life of the security upgrades?
You mean the elevator or the next one?
Well, when we talk.
We were just do you have a question on the elevator or we'll move to the next one?
Both of them, actually.
So what's the useful life on the elevator?
Approximately 25 years.
Okay.
for An elevator, it's modernized.
Okay. And then you want to just tell us for the other two safety and security upgrades?
I'm sorry, I apologize. I started with the Roger Ludlow Middle School fire alarm upgrade. That's what I was talking about. The Tomlinson one is a
Sorry.
safety and security upgrade. It's an ongoing project that we continuously look at the schools for safety, security. I don't go in a lot of detail about it unless you'd like to go.
Can
to
you just before you do that, what's to Mary's question, what's the useful life of each one of these three?
Of each one of these three, the fire alarm panel, once replaced with a non-proprietary system, we expect to get at least 20 years out of that.
Okay.
The elevator, again, 20 to 25 years. At a minimum, the current elevator at Ludlow is original.
Okay.
So it's been a little bit. And then the safety security, those upgrades are, I would say at least 10 to 15 years because the changes, things update.
Okay, so, and this resolution is for 20 years. So one of those, are you saying the Tomlinson one or both number 7 and 8 are
Tomlinson.
just the
The
Tomlinson
other
one?
ones are 20.
Tomlinson one, you said 10 to 15? All right, and that's $200,000. Okay. Okay. You want to move on to the next?
So the first selectman, and I think you know this, went to the Board of Ed and asked them to reduce it. Saying that Mr. Becker had come to them, asking him that he would take these out and the town would bond it. Right.
I was not part of that conversation. That's what I was told, and that's why.
Do you know why the Board of Ed decided to stay firm and say, no, we want to pay for this out of our budget?
We have, excuse me, we have Mr. Peterson here. Do you want to speak, Mr.
I would
Peterson?
like to hear Mr. Peterson. Yes, since he was at the table. I appreciate it, Mr. Peterson. Thank you for being here.
Not a problem. Very specifically, the board was most concerned about getting these projects done. And at the time we voted on our budget at the end of January 28th, we didn't have a firm commitment that we felt like we could remove them from the town and just let the process run itself. But immediately at our following meeting, we started talking about preparing them as a capital non-recurring project and going through that route. So really the conversation at our board table was most about let's get these projects done. And on the 28th of January, it wasn't entirely clear at that point. The town had signaled its availability, its willingness to fund these projects through bonding, but we didn't have, concrete assurance. And since these are safety and security matters, the board members were uncomfortable pulling it out of the budget at that point without all the other groundwork being laid.
But the board understands that this $1 million goes against their portion of the total bonding, correct? What you can do.
Again, the fundamental concern was get these projects done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Anything else you want to say about these projects?
Question.
Any other questions from the board on these items? Okay. Is there any public comment on these items? Okay, see none. All right, thank you, Angelus. So we have a single bond resolution here for all 8 of these projects. Mr. Walsh, I know you had a concern about at least one of them. Do you have a motion or?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a motion. I'm just doing the calculations. So I'm gonna make a motion to reduce the total of 2,871,839 to lower that by $1,621,839, so that it would now be total bonding for this non-recurring of $1,250,000. And I'll just be upfront and open about where that's coming from, the reduction of my $1,621,839. First of all, as I mentioned earlier, in regards to the fire department boat, I think the first selectman should have both the police and fire get together to see whether we really need that boat, if they can coordinate services. So that's $450,000 of that. Secondly, I do support the Grassmere Playground for the $450,000 based on the change in what it's going to be doing. I think we should wait 1 year on the rugby park playground replacement for $150,000. So that's another $150,000. And then I am just, as I already mentioned, not in support of any of these 3 Board of Education matters, which should have been and stayed in their budget. And I'm against budgeting for something and then a first selectman wanting to come and then just start trying to figure out ways to lower it out. So I am reducing it another $1,021,839, and that makes up my reduction of $1,621,839.
Okay, we have a second for that motion? Ms. Ruggiero, any other discussion? Okay, all in favor of,
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Mr. Peterson, it sounds like the board certainly needs these 3 projects done. And if they weren't supported, clearly there's no room in the Board of Ed budget to add them back in, considering that there's already a pretty significant shortfall that we're getting hundreds of emails on.
It would be a big stress.
Got it. Thank you.
And in support of my motion, I just want to also mention, I just want to say one more thing, is that understanding that the Board of Ed needs these items, I will plan, if this passes, to make the motion to restore $1,021,839 to the Board of Ed's budget. I will make that motion personally, hopefully to get a second to pay for those.
all right, all in favor of that motion? Please say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Walsh, okay, opposed? Okay, the motion fails, 1-8. Okay, I will, do I have a motion or no? So let's vote on the original bond resolution then. All in favor of approving the bond resolution set forth in item 11 of the agenda for $2,871,839, please raise your hand, say aye. Mr. Stark, Mr. Curley, Mr. Penley, Mr. Mottola, Ms. Charlton, Mr. Myers, Ms. Ruggiero opposed, Ms. Leclerc, and Mr. Walsh. Okay, the motion passes 7-2. Thank you, everyone. All right, so we'll move on to, thank you again, Angelus. Thanks, guys. I don't know if you have something else. We have something else. Okay.
The small items for that, there's the big one coming.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna move to item 12, which is to hear, consider, and adopt a bond resolution referred to as a resolution amending and restating a resolution entitled a resolution appropriating $3,260,000 for the cost of certain non-recurring capital projects and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriations to increase the appropriation and bond authorization by $84,555 to a total of $3,344,755. Motion to hear this item, Mr. Mottola, seconded by Mr. Myers. Okay, so the backup for this item is posted online beginning on page 153. And this bond resolution is an amendment of the capital non-recurring resolution, the list of small items that was passed last March. And, you know, like the item we just took up, last year's resolution was made up of a list of small projects. So this amendment has to do with adding $84,000 to the boat project, which was one of the projects on last year's list. So who is taking us through this one?
Goodell?
I'm here.
John Cattell. Hi,
Yes.
John.
Hi,
Welcome.
thank you very much. This came up with the original price budgeting probably about a year and a half ago, which was $350,000. We went out to bid. The bid opened in January 21st, and there was only two bidders, and the price came in at $434,555. So in order to go forward, we are requesting an increase for that. This is a workboat that services the marina. It takes care of the dock maintenance, the pilings, buoys, that breaks up ice during the winter if it's starting to creep up. And it's a basically bare bones workboat with a little davit on it that can lift about 2,000 pounds.
The Navy, you want to say
Another vote
something?
for the Navy, man. I love it. Just keep increasing the fleet.
All right.
You know, maybe we should buy the next aircraft carrier that gets decommissioned.
There you go. That's a great idea. All right, any questions from the board on this $84,000 adjustment? Questions? Okay. Comments from the public? Okay. All right, so we can move to a vote on this item. All in favor of approving the bond resolution set forth in item 12 of the agenda, please raise your hand. Okay, it is unanimous. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. I know, $84,000. We gotta be here till 10:47 p.m. Okay, so item 13 is to hear, consider, and adopt a bond resolution entitled a resolution appropriating $9,600,000 for the cost to purchase fire apparatus and safety equipment for the fire department and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation. Welcome back. John, oh, wait, motion to hear this item. Mr. Jarrow, seconded by Mr. Mottola. And the backup for this item is posted online on page 159 with the bond resolution. The cost detail is on page 162.
The handout I just did, it's the first 13 pages, the rest has.
What handout is this?
Pass the handout out. Which has just a series of 14 pointers from the fire department. And the first 13 pages in the packet, the rest of it.
I'll share with John.
Of the, yeah, so you can disregard that. Primarily speaking on this item to kick it off. The operations chief, so we should with apparatus for the.
Right.
So the bond that you're gonna hear before you is for four apparatus. I go into a little bit of background on apparatus. We used to be able to buy apparatus in about a year later. We would have one. Now we're looking at almost 4 years to get one, and we're kind of getting stuck, man, I think post-COVID, where some of these vehicles are getting older. Some of them are 30 years old now. The equipment on them is 30 years old, and it's something that we have to do is replace them. Technology changed drastically, as we all know, as we buy cars throughout the year. The same thing happens with fire apparatus and how they're managed.
They're all computer controlled now. They used to be analog years ago. So they make them much safer. Some of the things that happens different with these trucks is they're computer controlled now, so they get better fuel mileage. They have to comply with certain types of EPA standards, which are coming out now, which make the price push it up a little bit more. This particular case, when we were looking at this, an engine, let's say, for example, a few years ago, we bought an engine. We had it in about 20 months. We're looking at 33 and then 38, 36 months for the two that we're looking at now. So it's a long time down the road. We have to replace also our rescue that will reach the ages of, here, the ladder truck is replacing a 2007. And the rescue truck is a 2000. So those trucks all have aged out well past their service life. And technology that's on those trucks for rescue equipment and emissions that we do change drastically in 20 to 30 years. So these vehicles will fit that bill a little bit better. So that's why we're pushing for it.
Can I just, David, which on the,
115, 118, 119, and 122.
okay. You read my mind.
I saw you searching.
Yeah. So yeah, I just want to look at the cash flow years again. So when,
18, 18, 19.
where they go? So these are, got it.
It's paid on the actual plan.
Eight.
So, page 8. on the actual plan.
So 2, 2.6, 2, and 3, and then the cash flow is coming in.
So we currently have it slotted with 3 of them in 28 and the ladder truck out in 30, but we do believe that most likely these will adjust a little bit further out by the time we.
You need the authorization to order them.
So that's the key here. So we've historically only, the fire departments, the last time they've funded it for multiple in one job was in the 90s when they had no real plan and they had catch-ups. Really what we're finding is the opposite. We'd like to continue to be measured about this, but because of the timing, one, the inflationary piece and getting the order in, and two, the timing, because they take so many years to get them, that the current roughly every other year cycle is actually seeing a hole blown in it at this point because of the fact that everything the ordering is coming in later, which is keeping frontline on longer, which makes them more worn out by the time they come secondary pieces. So the idea is put one authorization, lock the pricing in, lock the timeline in, and then I think it's.
Okay, so we've got, all right, I got it. So 3 in fiscal 28, 1 in fiscal 30 in terms of cash flow.
And it's 2 pumper engineer trucks? Yeah. We run 5 frontline fire engines and then 1 rescue and 1 ladder. Those, you have to have the backups in case those go out of service. They've been involved in accidents. Our rescue truck was hit on the highway. So that takes time to repair that. You have to have something in the background so that if they have to come out of service, that you have that. It's typical with we have a replacement policy that we put into place in 2014. Came before most of the boards then. And then we adjusted it again in 22 and we're adjusting it again in 24 because it's just a couple of years ago, it was 2 years. Now we're at 3 years and it's just, I don't know what it's going to be next year. And quite honestly, this locks the price in for the better part, which will save us when you do the math about $100,000 per quarter. So if we continue to push out, it's about $100,000 a quarter because they typically see a 1% price increase per quarter.
If we don't have a lot of questions, it's because David's tortured us talking about fire trucks for like 4 meetings in a row. You've heard all the things about fire. Although I'm sure somebody has a question. Jim?
Is there a reason we're just getting this whole package tonight?
Good question.
We circulated earlier this afternoon and getting to the backup then, I had thought that it had already been supplied and so.
This is a nice.
We got it. I have it.
$1 million purchase. And I mean, I don't know about everybody else, but I have meetings planned in my afternoon, in my job. So I can't get stuff and we've repeatedly talked about this. I'm having a hard time understanding why something for 9 point. When did you guys get?
Back this morning because we had a fire. Okay. It was a little delayed in getting it to them.
Okay.
it's just, I've never seen a matter come to us this large where we're getting the stuff the night, basically for me, the night of. I appreciate if you got it to us at 3 or 3:30 or 4 or 4:30, whatever time that was. But to think that we have a chance to even touch the surface of what's supplied is, do we need to vote on this tonight? Tell me why we need to vote on this. I mean, Ms. Chairman, you actually said we don't have to vote on all these things tonight. We have so many things to go through.
No, I mean, I'll just give you I feel like we've talked about these fire trucks at a number of meetings, so we didn't have got the written document late, but, in the capital, we talked about, in fact, I think we went into a deeper dive than we needed to. Normally, we don't do that. We do deep dive until we're actually voting on it. But we did have a number of discussions, including in our last meeting a month ago, and we talked about some of the factors that were causing the increases in pricing and what these amounts were and what the schedule was, et cetera. So when I saw this, there's some details here that I didn't know, but this is not a surprise to me based on earlier discussions. So I hear what you're saying, but if anybody else is uncomfortable, you can speak up, but I'm okay considering this tonight. Yes.
Gentlemen, specifically I guess, are you still interim chief or are you chief now? I'm not sure.
Acting chief.
Acting chief, okay. Acting chief John, because you've normally presented this for what? All the truck purchases stuff. You were kind of in charge of this.
I was, so.
As the deputy for 10 years, longer, 15 years?
Well, no, 10 years.
10 years, okay.
So, are you asking why?
No, I guess the question is there, through multiple chiefs before, we'd always try to do one truck a year. Right? And all of a sudden, we're looking to fund 4 in a given year.
Right, so we're still consistent with the replacement. We have this replacement plan, which we've given you, so we're not really changing the replacement plan, it's so to speak. But what happened in the past is that you would give us the okay, and then 9-10 months later, we'd have a fire truck. Now it's 3 years ahead, 2.5, 3 years or so ahead. So what we're trying to do, and that's something that's happened all over the United States. There's articles about it. There's a few causes which we could go into, but basically the whole idea here is that what we're trying to do is just set this up financially so that we are still getting them where they would have been in the waterfall, but we have to make the decision now to order them so that the thing that we ordered that we want 3 years from now, order now so that we can get it 3 years from now. And just like that. So it's the timing is changed on us. That's what's different.
And one of the major things that has caused the price to increase has been ARPA funding. Because many departments are using their ARPA funds across the United States of America, like, oh, it's an easy way to use the money. And trucks are expensive. And it's also the price of steel. I mean, there's a number of different factors. But one of them is ARPA funding, and which has kind of come to an end. So now there's gonna be a lot less trucks ordered. There just are.
That's not really what we heard. So we also heard that the reason some of the prices have gone up is because it's a difficult business as it is, because nobody builds fire trucks on spec. So there's not fire trucks in lots like Ford.
Yeah, understood.
So municipalities have to go and say, I want to buy this thing, which is, almost $1 million, whatever, at least. So the company needs money first to do that. So it's become a process. Less manufacturers are doing this now. There's a consortium that put up a lot of manufacturers. So, it's almost like an antitrust thing, I would think, but, we haven't seen it.
Private equity, right? Private equity bought up a lot.
So
They're not trying to make any profit, right?
No.
Obviously, they're saying that you can make a lot of money in this business. That's where you see private equity going. That's where there's a lot of profit.
municipalities are all in the same boat. Fire chiefs have been talking about this for almost half 2 years. What we're trying to do is we're trying to lock in more favorable pricing, plus we're trying to get our fire trucks that we need delivered here. So we have to start ordering here. We want this fire truck there, we're gonna have to start ordering it, somewhat before.
Okay, lay out the finances for me. We have you want 4 fire trucks for $9.6 million. How much do we need to put down? And when do we need to start bonding money for this? And at what percentages do we have to put down? 50% on order? Is it 10%?
Right now, we have it slotted in. We'll make a payment when we receive the truck. This isn't about putting payments down. So we're not bonding any of these until we receive them right now.
So we receive a truck?
That we have asked the manufacturer and, if any sort of partial payments, potentially reducing pricing, anything like that. But the only time that we would turn any dollars over prior to that would have to have some, a pricing advantage to it. So far,
So right now you've got it scheduled in here on receipt.
pay for won't receive.
Okay, so when's a rescue truck for the rescue truck for $2.6 million, the first one listed, when's that scheduled to actually the bond go out and the money be going out the door?
So as per the schedule on page
28.
3 of the funds.
Jim, that was what I was trying, if you go to this, the capital plan, they're highlighted, but if you look at the line item numbers, you can see number 115, 118, 119, and 122.
Some nuances in there would be, may not necessarily time it perfectly as if it's going to arrive in July or December, what's the month? So we may move forward or
This
back.
is the best estimate.
That's our estimate right now, where we want to actually get the dollars.
Okay, so it shows that in fiscal year 28, we'll be taking on 3 trucks. So they're not as staggered as I thought you were. I thought you were going to show that it was staggered over years.
And that's our best estimate right now on where we would need to make the payments. So for instance, a pumper truck that may come in at the beginning of, around the time of the bonding, we may go for that and actually bond it. But if the rescue truck, right now it's slotted for, FY 28, if it comes in, on the second half of that timeline, we may not bond it until the following year. So we are still trying to work with the manufacturer. You have to put the order in and get an actual build slot for the truck. And until you do that, really, you've got a very rough estimate that can swing, 6 months in any direction. You have to reserve the build slot with the chassis, and then the build slot in the manufacturer to go into this. And so we put them from a cash flow perspective into 2028. We anticipate there may be an adjustment when it comes to actually bonding. Same as the ladder truck. The ladder truck, if you look at that, it's listed out as bond $3 million in 2030, but it's entirely possible that by the time we actually receive it, it might be closer to our bonding schedule in 31. Yeah, I don't know what this.
Okay.
It is what it is.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
And what's the useful life of all 4 apparatus?
Typically, frontline apparatus, we try to keep 12 years. We try to keep it 10 years in the reserve status.
So basically, then if we do all these and they do come in pursuant to what the schedule is in fiscal year 2028, we'll have by 3 again in 12. Correct. That'll now become your date to purchase, right? In your plan.
It depends on usage, depends on if anything happens to the truck, any catastrophic failures.
Yeah, obviously, if it gets totaled, it's totaled. Get with the insurance company and place another order. But if it goes as a natural path for this apparatus, we now be getting away from the funding one truck a year, and now also be forced into 3 trucks in a year.
I think we're hoping to we're trying right now, the time fixing the situation that has been created by the market right now. And if that market continues on a timeline perspective, you will be able to project in the future, moving to back to the roughly, 1 year or one every other year schedule at that time. Right now, we have a backlog here on our timeline, but eventually, it's gonna be 3 or 4, whatever that number's gonna be to build it longer. You place the orders earlier and eventually it levels itself out. But we're not there right now. And the useful life is most of the trucks is at least over that 2-year arc, 20-year arc, because we keep frontline and reserve, and it's a constant replenishment cycle, but the reserve apparatus has a lengthy period of time. You say reserve, but trucks are in and out of primary and secondary, on an almost daily basis. At the second fire that happened in town today, one of the trucks left and went right, that was actually went right.
Fires?
And went to maintenance immediately after the fire. So it was placed out of service and had to go into maintenance. That happens frequently. And actually, the more complex these trucks are, the harder it is to keep them up.
Can you quantify the savings we're getting based on ordering 4 at one time? And you may have said it.
1 point per quarter is what we're looking at right now. So on a 9,600,000, you're looking at $96,000 a quarter.
$96,000 a quarter. So almost $400,000.
$400,000 a year. Push it up.
Of the next 3 years.
Or, well, obviously, as we get the truck, it would, that one would come off. So I'd have to do the math for you on that one, but.
And you have the factor that there's a backlog to even get them over.
Yeah, the last truck we bought was 2 years. Now we're at 3 years, and they don't predict it to get any slower, which was unbelievable. You can imagine.
Thank you.
Like the last one we bought was $1 million. Am I remembering that right?
960. And the one previous to that, which was the exact same truck, was 700.
And the $1 million one, that was like just a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah, so we bought 700, it was 700,000, and the one following that, which was 365 days later, was 960,000. The length of time went to 2 years from, I think it was 14 months. And now we're at 3 years, so it keeps growing on us, and no one in the industry can tell you when it's gonna right itself. And what we're worried about is forecasting is we're not gonna have trucks that work, and we definitely don't want that to be the case.
Other questions?
Private equity needs to get their return. So we just gotta, and if you have a monopoly, then I guess private equity can just drive the cost up to whatever they want.
You're absolutely right about that.
Sorry, I have one more question. So based on what you just said, if there was a dip in the market and we have these trucks ordered, and let's say it goes where it right sizes itself, said, and it drops back down, what happens? We're
So-
locked in at a.
So the company that we're gonna negotiate, or that we buy with, they use what's called a producer's price index. And that's how they base their market. So if it up or down, that's what they use as their barometer. So I don't know enough about the producer's price index, but I know this manufacturer follows that, so it does whatever that does.
So if it does drop and it went back to $1 million a truck, you would see that when you got the truck, you wouldn't be locked in at the 2 million versus $1 million?
I can't answer that. I would think so,
doubt
but
it.
Yeah, no, I would take that as unlikely, but if we were gonna roll the dice in either direction,
Well, typically
we're going in, you've never seen them go down.
No, I wouldn't expect it.
they did hold their price increase for, this past quarter, but they said that another one's coming. So there's, sometimes they're 2%. So it follows that index.
Okay, thank you.
A number of years ago, it could be 2 or it could be 4, but if you'll remember, I think this, you came to us for a pretty large amount of money out of the blue because there was some deterioration. I think it was on a ladder truck.
No, it was on a pumper.
It was on a pump,
The frame.
on a frame.
So the skeleton of the fire truck.
And one of the things you said at that point in time was that some of the new solvents that we spray on the streets to that that we spray on the street, that you were hearing that it's deteriorating the steel.
Yes.
Faster.
Yes. So there were a couple things that, from the trucking industry.
Yeah.
And what they were saying was that the brine that was being used, on all the streets. Like that was infuriating, the steel. And some of the steel they were saying, nowadays is lesser, less better than in the past. Maybe it's coming from different places, or whatever. It's not as pure or whatever. So that's been a problem. So what we did, and a lot of other people did, is we got very aggressive with spraying down the undersides of our fire trucks, gel coating them. So we have this procedure where in the winter, to our shop, the mechanics go underneath, they spray it, power spray underneath, then they coat it with some sort of material to protect it. Been very, very aggressive with that. And so far, we haven't had any further issues. Hopefully this is, slowing things down.
So it hasn't shortened the useful life of the apparatus?
Not anything that we've seen since. So I think we've been very aggressive. So maybe it's because of that. It's because what our people have been doing.
You got aggressive, I got aggressive. So I have some Ice X sprayed on my car, every year because of you.
We also changed the type of steel we use for frame rails and cross members to galvanize, including the huck bolts.
Oh, so that's an option?
It is, and we option to do that to prevent corrosion, because that particular piece of corrosion was behind the spring hanger, couldn't even see it.
That makes sense.
We did take the steps for that.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions on this item? Okay. We can vote then. All in favor of approving the bond resolution set forth in item 13 of the agenda? Raise your hand. Okay. It is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to item 14. Which is to hear, consider, and adopt a bond resolution. Thank you again, you guys. Referred to as a resolution amending and restating a resolution appropriating $7 million for the costs associated with the emergency radio project. Authorizing a grant to reimburse $3.5 million of such appropriation and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance the remaining portion of such appropriation. Increase the appropriation and bond authorization by $3,637,040. Total appropriation of $10,637,040. Bond authorization $7,137,040. Motion to hear this item, Mr. Mottola, seconded by Ms. Ruggiero. So the backup for this item, unless we're going to hand out another piece of paper, we did 163 with the amended bond resolution, and the cost detail is on 167.
Just really quick and then,
Yep.
and then turn over to take the lead. Handing out something, there actually is the cost breakout, was in the backup behind the bond resolution. Upon taking a look further at it, we're drafting a separate 14 points, and that this project actually had already been approved, and there was a massive presentation, actually rounds and rounds of meetings years ago. But just noting, once we realized that members here hadn't actually been a part of that at a minimum, the chief assisted with drafting something, so I did want to circulate that. So there's the 14 points, but this is all hazards, multi-agency project, and very much about finalizing it at this stage and bringing it home for all of our users. So, Chief Calmar is going to take the lead with it. Also, fire is available. Schools are involved, and he's still on.
Okay.
John could tell as it affects their agencies as well. If there's questions.
So for those newer members, and the 3.5 million in here was ARPA money that went toward this project?
It was actually a congressionally directed spending towards.
Okay.
So
Yes.
3.5 is congressionally directed spending from Senator Blumenthal's office.
Okay.
Which was a grant that we received, and then 3.5 million was ARPA funding.
ARPA, okay.
If I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
That was in 2021.
And that was the 7.
That was the total for 7 million. And during that time, what we did was put in just for public safety infrastructure, public safety, end users, and infrastructure was part of that. At the time we first presented or proposed a town-wide proposal for Board of Education, Parks and Recreation, Health Department, Conservation Department, Works. Part of that proposal was on the heels of COVID, where all of our were together in coordination, realizing that events like Hurricane Sandy, Hurricane Isaias, and other events that are town-wide where it requires support by multiple departments and collaboration with multiple departments. Given the size and scope of the project and what we had in funding, we decided to go just public safety and get the infrastructure in place. The infrastructure is now in place. The radios have been doing phenomenal. We have seen and experienced great end user response. We have, in pretty much all of our buildings throughout the town, there's no shortcomings. They're better than our cell phones. We've experienced in cases where our cell phones aren't getting out, but our radios are. In the police world, that's what we want. That's the gold standard. So building on that success, Fairfield's now, we're seeking funding for the public infrastructure and safety enhancement projects for $3,346,040. Aimed at modernizing infrastructure across town departments, as I said, to include Board of Education, Parks and Rec, Health Department, Conservation Department, Works. Proposal aligns with Fairfield's strategic long plan. Was approval Board of Finance and the RTM, given the proven success of the 2021 public safety project and infrastructure investment. This represents the next logical step in it. Fairfield's public safety infrastructure remains safe, modern, and cost-effective for the future. I'll turn it over to Chief Dunn to kind of speak on his perspective on the fire side.
So on the fire side, thank you for that project. What that did is that gave us coverage in town. I came here 10 years ago and I was almost apoplectic when I heard a unit go out to the north part of our town and say to the dispatcher, can you switch over the transmission site from the south tower to, so we're switching towers in the midst of a call. Well, what happens if we get a call down here? Switching on. We didn't have coverage throughout the town, and there were gaps. There were gaps in the valley, down near Black Rock Turnpike, near the lake, and many other areas. So, what this is that you gave us is the infrastructure, which was the towers, and so we built and put 3 towers there, but we're leveraged on the state system. So we're also gaining benefit of the tower at G and Westport, towers. All throughout this area, there's one in Reading, and all these things make it our radio. If one tower just goes down for some reason, it's hitting another tower in the system. And we're helping the state trooper that goes down, the 95 to rescue somebody, on the side of the road. We're helping ensure that those people who are our citizens and our guests throughout the town, get service. But moreover, so that's the infrastructure you built, and we also have mobile and subscriber units, meaning portables on our hips and all, and we're able to get through the system. So now we're asking you for some more portables for other agencies in town. Back at during 9/11, the 9/11 Commission, they said that the greatest one of the greatest takeaways is that we had so many agencies working together trying to do the right thing, but nobody could talk to each other. There were people right next to each other, and the fire chief really wasn't talking to the police chief because they're not on any sort of interoperable channels. What we foresee is on the beach, you've got lifeguards. Got a lifeguard. If there's a save to be made, maybe that lifeguard just turns their walkie-talkie onto channel 2 and talks directly to the fire dispatcher or police dispatcher and says, I need help, I've got a rescue, a rescue in progress, our people hear it and our people are there immediately. During SantaCon and, Clam Jam and all those things and the fireworks, none of us can get a signal on our cell phones, because what happens is our cell phones, when you take out your cell phone, everybody that's in that area, those thousands of people in that area, their cell phones are all hitting the towers and sort of identifying with the towers. That's what cell phones do, so that they can get through, even if you're not using your cell phone. So when we try to use our cell phones, they're useless because, they may not have priority. We want our people, when they're down there, to get straight through, whether it's the lifeguards, whether it's CERT, who may be at the corner helping direct traffic at the fireworks, or at the road race. CERT may be down at Southport, where it loops down. CERT may be the way here near the beach. They haven't been able to talk to us. We had something in the past where one of them got in trouble and they couldn't get through, to anybody in the command. So we have in the schools, we have assistant principals with walkie-talkies on their belts. We'd like to put these in the system too, so that when they need help right away, if there's something they see that's not right, they can get the police department right away. So these are great things that we can do with this project. We do want to say we're thankful for so far what you did with the project. This system is a great system, very robust system, and we just want to take it to phase 2.
Thank you. That detail is really helpful. So this would be, is this the final phase? If this would have us fully,
This would get the entire town.
the entire town fully, okay. All right, questions from the board? You did a great job, or everyone's tired. No, you did a great job. No questions from the board?
You don't have a question.
Okay, don't encourage.
Thank you. Oh, stop.
Come on.
Waiting for a
Throw me a phone here. It's 11:25.
He's on duty. What I don't understand is, if everyone's using it at the same time, isn't it causing
It's
too much chatter going on at the same time?
No, so,
Okay, so, 'cause-
barring all the, we're all on separate talk groups and talk channels. I knew one of the questions was gonna be, how are the police radios secure, and what would give a lifeguard authority to talk on the police radio? They would get a completely different channel.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be, we have, just like with the fire department, the fire doesn't have our channels, but we have an interoperability channel. And that's really what this is about.
The lifeguard would be talking to dispatch, not talking to every police officer in town.
No, but police officers can scan on their radios most of those channels. And if someone speaks on it, obviously there's certain radio channels that are prioritized. But if for example, a lifeguard was speaking on the channel, it would come over the channel and dispatch and other people can hear, police officers per se.
Okay. Just sounds like a big storm was going on. You're hearing from a lot of different people, a lot of different things. You guys are the experts on this, so I have to trust you, but I'm just kind of, I don't quite understand the technology, so I'll just trust you. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? No. Public comment? Okay, so we can vote on this item. All in favor of approving the bond resolution set forth in item 14 of the agenda, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Good night.
All right, we'll move to item 15. To hear, consider, and adopt a bond resolution entitled a resolution appropriating $4,921,761 for the costs of the roadway accessibility upgrades project and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation. Motion to hear this item. Ms. Leclerc, seconded by Mr. Penley. Okay, the backup for this item begins on page 169, which is the bond resolution. And 14 points, and additional detail begin on page 173. Who is presenting this item?
So,
John Cattell here.
Hi, John.
Hello. This is the part of that beta plan. It is the beta plan for continuing our road paving program that we've done the past 3 years with. and it's to continue the funding for that. Part of the funding's in the operational and part of this is in this bond package that's before you. And I'll answer any questions that you like.
So this is, the part that's in here is still the remaining catch-up, is that it?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
That's what I would guess. Is this the last catch-up, and then do we anticipate that will just be funding payment for the budget?
I would suspect so, yes.
And we have 2 million in the budget, in the operating budget this year?
Correct.
So we've kept the steady state.
Did we just, forgive me if I'm, been a few years, it's going back a few years. Was this anticipated again, this additional funding?
Correct. This is set.
Was.
This predates even this administration.
Yes.
Plotted.
All right. So this is part of the catch-up.
Is there anything you want to take us through, John, on this schedule that's attached to the backup? Is there anything?
It's pretty much straightforward with each year, to do it. One thing that we will be doing this spring is to have the roads resurveyed. Normally you have them surveyed 3 to 4 years. This will be 4 years since they were last surveyed. And that will, so that we can verify the work that we've been doing to match up to where we expect that we should be.
And how did so this resolution is 4,921,000. How does that line up to the numbers on this schedule?
That's over 3 years.
So the original data schedule is also several years old, so there's
So what do I need to look at then?
we added an escalator in there.
So am I looking at the 25 number or the 26 number?
So
it starts at 2025, 2026, and 2027 there.
And then which? I'm just sorry, I'm just not following. Which columns do I look at?
The numbers that are on the, if you look at, say, 2025, take 2 million away from that 3,776,000. Because that's in the operating. So
Got it.
You basically wind up having for 26 or 25, the first year would be 1,776,000 plus that you're gonna be bonding. And each of the other years, you take 2 million from that, which is in the operating, and the balance is what we're bonding.
So it's 25, 26, 27.
Correct.
Okay. And each year you've assumed that we have a $2 million cost from operations.
That is correct.
Questions?
John, why is 2028 not on here?
That's the 4th year out. The last time we did it in 3 years, and I'd probably say, I don't know if we need to go the full amount on that 28. I'd feel better first going to see how our roads score when we get done. And then it becomes a question of how good do you want?
Okay. That makes sense. And I'm glad you're having them resurveyed, check where we are. And we'd like to get a report when you're done with that so we can have some sense of where we're going. So Chairwoman, if you want to put that on, that would be great to hear after they get it done.
Yeah.
We have
When are you going to have that done? John?
As soon as we can say we're definitely done with winter, so it'll be in the springtime that they'll survey the roads.
How long does it take to get a report back, John? Is that 3-4 months
Yeah, I should have it by the end of the fiscal year.
in the fiscal year? Okay.
So maybe when, by the time we do our capital plan or fall, we'll have an update. Okay, thank you.
All right. And then, so there's a possibility, even though we're funding this, if we fund this tonight, that there could be some overlay into 2028 after, but you need to find that out, at which time we'd still do 2 million and then a later
Correct.
bond fund more.
Correct. I would hope that the 2 million just keeps us at that point then.
Okay, great. Thanks, John.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Comments from the public? Okay, We can vote. All in favor of approving the bond resolution set forth in item 15 of the agenda, please raise your hand. Craig, are you? Okay, that's a no. Okay, opposed? Mr. Curley, abstentions? Okay, the motion or resolution passes 8-1. Okay, so we can move on to item 16.
And that's also myself that will be presenting.
Okay, we have to have a motion to hear this first. So item 16 is to hear, consider and adopt a bond resolution referred to as a resolution amending and restating a resolution entitled a resolution appropriating $2,377,000 for the purchase of vehicles and equipment for the Department of Public Works and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation, to increase the appropriation and bond authorization by $298,000 for a total appropriation and bond authorization of $2,675,000. Motion to hear this item, Mr. Meyer, seconded by Mr. Mottola. All right, and the backup for this item begins on page 177 with the bond resolution, and the 14 points and additional cost detail begin on page 181. Carolyn? Let's do this.
Hello?
Yep, you're on.
Okay, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, the best way to look at this is if you're looking at the sheet for the capital equipment purchases. This basically is just makes up for the shortfall that's funded for the items that were on the initial capital equipment plan. Some items were less, so it's a 3-year program. Some items were less, some items were obviously a lot more. And we need the additional 298,000 to complete it. Most of this equipment has already been purchased in the previous years of 24, 25. We are still waiting on a couple of vehicles from those previous purchases. And the last requisition or purchase order to put is for a 6-wheel dump truck. That's gone up quite a bit in price. They were last year 262,000. Now they're already up to 320,000. So similar to what you're seeing with the fire equipment, trucks take longer to get built and received, and prices have been going up. And I'll answer any questions from there.
Questions from the board on this? No? Okay. Comments from the public? Okay. You can vote on this item. All in favor of approving the bond resolution set forth in item 16 of the agenda, please raise your hand. Okay, opposed? Okay, and Mr. Walsh is out of the room, so this motion passes 7-1. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Both Mr. Stark and Mr. Curley opposed?
Mr. Curley, did you vote in favor? Yeah, he did. So we're separate. His arm was up. Okay. All right, so we're going to move to item 17, which is to hear, consider, and adopt a bond resolution entitled a resolution appropriating $1.5 million for the costs of the H. Smith Richardson Golf Course, Carl J. Dickman Par 3 Golf Course, and H. Smith Richardson Driving Range renovation projects, and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation. Motion to hear this item. Ms. Ruggiero, seconded by Mr. Myers. The backup for this item was provided on page 184 with the bond resolution and 14 points, and the additional cost detail is posted on page 188.
This was part of the big presentation we had
Yeah.
a couple months ago.
So this is, we got a presentation on the 10-year plan a
That's
few
phase
months
one.
ago, and this is bringing some of those costs forward. So, welcome back, Anthony.
Thank you. Glad to be here. I'm glad I'm not last, but I do appreciate that. You guys, almost, not quite though.
We tried to take care of you in the budget schedule, but.
Oh, I appreciate that. As Mr. Mottola just pointed out, the Golf Commission was just before you a month, maybe a month and a half ago, and went through this plan in full detail. So we are asking for the full 1.5 million to be allocated here. With the first project that we're going to attack being lightning detection at both courses and the cart path, complete cart path renovation at H. Smith Richardson. Happy to answer any questions for you.
Any questions from the board on this?
Anthony, I'll just say that that presentation that gentleman made, I don't know if he's on here.
He's not, I think he's sleeping.
I'm living off that presentation. It was one of the best presentations I've ever seen before our body or anybody, and the guy should give lessons. Okay.
I will pass that on. He did do a fantastic job.
It was a good practice.
Okay, see if he wants a job in the capital projects group. All right, any other comments from the board? Any public comment? Okay, we can vote. All in favor of approving the bond resolution set forth in item 17 of the agenda, please raise your hand. Okay, it is unanimous 9-0. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Anthony.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Right.
Craig, I'm shocked you voted in favor.
Craig's not, are you gonna be, wait, is that your golf hand? Are you gonna be able to swing a golf club now? Craig almost lost a thumb today.
I'm gonna be on the DL for about 4 weeks, I think, so.
Oh, boy.
Wow. Thought the hip was gonna take him, but I didn't know it was gonna be the thumb.
All right, so we'll move to item 18. To hear, consider and adopt a bond resolution entitled a resolution appropriating $6,415,188 for the cost of townwide facility systems upgrades and authorizing the issuance of funds to finance this appropriation. Motion to hear this item, Mr. Mottola, seconded by Mrs. Darrow. All right, the backup for this item is on page 191 with the bond resolution, and the 14 points and additional cost detail begin on page 188 mark there. I don't know if that's right. The board has a hard copy. Who's gonna, is that Jim Ryan?
Yep, James Ryan, Department of Public Works, Building Maintenance Manager. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, thank you for being here. Thanks for being here so late. Sorry about that.
Yep. It's okay. So the purpose of these upgrades are to address the priority 2 items based off of the townwide facility audit plan performed by Silver Petroselli and Associates back in 2021. The townwide facility audit plan provided a long-range capital expenditure plan that included mechanical assets, life safety, energy efficiency, and ADA compliance to ensure efficient utilization of our physical assets, right? This more descript proposal is the projects will involve engaging an architect, engineering firm through a request for proposal to design bid specs for multiple types of these upgrades needed and or replacement of mechanical assets. The bid specs would then be used to go out to bid for construction. Some of the primary systems that will be included in the priority 2 item upgrades are some heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, roofing, electrical, bathroom upgrades, windows, and the like. Any other questions about the backup, the list of priority 2 items off the 18 buildings? If you had any questions about that, I could go over.
Okay, questions from the board? Ms. Ruggiero?
So this plan, it's, the way I'm reading the backup is that it's covering stuff for the Fair Mansion, the senior center. It's covering a lot of different buildings, correct?
Correct.
DPW garage, this main library.
So yeah, I don't know, for those newer board members, and maybe you were on the RTM at the time, so the former first select woman had a townwide facility study done to like look at all our buildings. and determine where we had critical health and safety and other maintenance issues needed. And that was done, I want to say, in
2021.
2021, okay. And then those were ranked as a priority level on urban safety issues, accessibility, things like that. So we had approved the bond authorization to fund, kind of the red light items back a couple years ago. And it is the second tranche. So this isn't the whole report, but there was a very detailed and lengthy report provided by the consultant. We had gotten a presentation on when it was done.
So
400
why
pages.
would Operation Hope, if we just had that whole discussion and then moving? Why do we have this money on page, I don't know, 7? Why would we keep putting money into Operation Help? And
So
would we need to put money also in Penfield?
Okay, so first question is Operation Hope. I think if we were to repurpose Operation Hope, there are going to be some substantial upgrades to the building. These are some of them. These are the priority 2 upgrades to that building.
So the building would still get, so what I understood before was that the police and fire would utilize that building. And these upgrades would still be needed, is what you're saying, because you want to maintain the building, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. That makes sense. Thank you.
Other questions?
So you said that there was the second tranche.
Yes.
How big was the first tranche? Like, roughly?
Do you remember how big?
1.9.
4.9.
Is there a third tranche?
There's a third and a fourth.
So we're doing them every 3 or 4 years, we're spreading them out?
Yep.
So this is, for now, we've got this forecast to do right now, just from a cash flow standpoint.
Okay.
We put in $1 million placeholder next,
Okay.
roughly 6 years. They may condense or contract, or expand based on exact projects in their timeline. But it's to continue to start to move through, just these long range things where just our entire building footprint, if you take large buildings, small buildings, for 100 buildings for the town, and then just litany of things with disrepair. So I'm trying to chunk them out and
Is
an impact.
Is most of the work done by town employees, or does it depend on the complexity?
Negative.
Mix.
What?
Negative. These items that you see on this list, if you're looking at the backup, are the larger items that we would go and get designed and for bid and have a general contractor do some of them. There, if you looked at the list, there are some things that we redlined or crossed out that we were gonna, that we're not bonding, whether they are not worthy of it, like, they're not a 20-year lifespan, or they are smaller than, $5,000, we gonna do that out of operating budget. As best as we possibly can, we try to redline some things.
I have a question. I recall when we approved the first tranche of these, one of the questions I had was just about the numbers. And, because we were approving a fairly large sum of money for a large number of small projects. So so 2 questions. One, with tranche 1, how reliable were the cost estimates that you got from Silver Petroselli? And were you able to complete the full list of items in that tranche for the money that was budgeted? Or are they still underway? I mean, because I'm guessing, I don't know if these costs were updated, but this report was just 4 years old at this point. So I'm wondering about
Yep, good
liability of
question.
the cost estimates.
So let me take a stab. So you gave me 1.9, or gave the department 1.9. And we went out to bid for, the majority of the items were HVAC, like cross ventilation, basement ventilation. Cross ventilation meaning like in an apparatus bay in a firehouse, you need to have fresh air come in and then exhausted off of like controls, some CO2 sensors that would open and close and turn off and on fans. We went out to bid and the bids came back at 1.7. Some of the items on the bid were for some conflicted other projects, like at that time, we were speaking of doing the bathrooms at the Firehouse One. And so if you know that there's a kitchen hood was on that bid, and we chose not to do the kitchen hood, which is right below the bathrooms that we were going to do or being designed to do. So we avoided doing, say, that Firehouse One kitchen hood, because it was going to conflict with the construction of why take down the firehouse bathroom and kitchen for the hood and then do it in a year again for the bathroom above it. So in a sense, we're waiting on doing some other projects in the same buildings to do projects, together, to try to, minimize the intrusion of the firehouse. So
Okay.
that's just one example. But to get back to it, we awarded $1.1 million of the projects. It did come back a little bit high. We have, so to say, we are still we went out with a general contractor and we are about 75% done with all those HVAC upgrades on the priority ones. So no, we are not complete, but by the end of the fiscal year, we will be.
Okay, I guess I remember when it came up, and this had nothing to do with, I mean, you had done a great job presenting it, but part of my concern was back then, we had, and not just your projects, but we had a couple projects brought before us that were like, we want to ask for this bucket of money and we're going to do as much as we can with it. There wasn't really a defined scope. So we never knew if the money that we allocated got done everything that was on the list, or if we spent that money and we only accomplished half of the projects on the list. So that's what I was really trying to get at. Was that in terms of the Silver Petrocelli costs and how all those pieces were managed? Are you accomplishing with that money the scope of projects that was on that list? In
Yes,
tranche one, and I guess second to that, are we going to be able to accomplish all these projects in this tranche with this amount of money, given that these costs are 4 years old?
Yeah, yes, to both of those. So yes, I'm going to be able to finish and complete the priority one items. If you look at the spreadsheet for the capital plan, the 10-year capital plan, that item 80, I think you might have said 89. I think it was more. Yeah, 89, item number 89 on page 4. This is proposed to be spread out within 6 years, I believe. So I think a little bit of the pressure is off, to answer your question. If I can just do $1 million worth of work in 6 years and spread it out a little further. There was anxiety leaving the last time I presented the priority ones. Like, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it, but I'm going to try my darndest, right? So here to tell you, the first year probably is going to be a lot of design and walking the architects and the engineers through our buildings to design some of these things, these items. And then the next year we'll go out to bid and complete some, and so on and so forth as we go.
Okay.
Right? Am I correct, though? It's 6 years on 89?
Yes.
Right, so if we look at these, right, so those are the first, I see it, the first few items. So it looks like we've had those in there for a couple of years. The last of those, the fiscal 25 funds. Okay, that's good. That answers my question. Thank you. Other questions from the board? All right. Comments from the public? We can vote on this item? All in favor of approving the bond resolution set forth in item 18 of the agenda, please raise your hand. Okay, it is unanimous. Thank you. All right, item 19, we're getting there. That's it for the capital project. So item 19, yes.
After, the other items?
No, we don't.
No. John, I love you, but you know, you're too pricey, man. Have a good evening.
Yeah, if you were multitasking, we want a 50, no, I'm just kidding.
It's been fun, let me just say that.
It always is.
Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Okay, John.
Good morning.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. All right, so we'll move on to item 19, to hear, consider, and act upon a request from the chief fiscal officer to transfer $336,854.08 from the general fund contingency to various accounts in fiscal 25, and $22,848 from WPCA contingency, various accounts in fiscal 25 for the PETA settled contract. Okay, motion to hear this item, Mr. Matola, seconded by Ms. Ruggiero. The backup for this item is on page 198. Anything you need to tell us about this?
No, it's a this is for a retroactive pay to July of 2023. That runs through fiscal 2027.
Questions from the board, Mr. Walsh.
So, Tom, this is for 3 years then?
Yes, it's from July 1 of 2023, yes.
21.
Well,
Doing,
Retroactive to it was affected, it was settled and retroactive, the pay is retroactive to July 1 of 2023, correct?
okay. And the left-hand column, what is that? Like, I don't need to.
they're just the munis account numbers.
Yeah, those are, well, it's two accounts. One is a payroll account, the other is a payroll tax account.
Okay.
And then there are the individual.
Okay, some of the numbers are kind of large, so, but I guess I presume these are our professional union, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so they're the higher paying, some of them are some of the higher paying jobs in town, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Any other questions? This, comments from the public? Okay.
Fiscal year, so it's all basically more than a year, 2.5 years. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's why I'm just questioning because some of the numbers.
Yeah, that's a big number, yeah.
All in favor of approving the transfer set forth in item 19 of the agenda, please raise your hand. Okay, it is unanimous. Item 20. To hear, consider, and act upon a request from the chief fiscal officer to transfer $23,268 from Parks regular payroll to engineering regular payroll in fiscal 25, and $1,780 from Park Social Security, engineering social security. Motion to hear this item, Ms. Ruggiero, seconded, raise your hand, John, by Mr. Matola. Okay, the backup for this item is posted on page 199. Tom, anything I think we know about this. Was for the project manager, right? The Doug Novak position moving into engineering. Okay. Any questions on this item?
Explain that again. It's for the Doug Novak position.
Yes, so we had money budgeted in parks that
Yeah, not filled.
being transferred to fund one of the new project managers in capital projects.
And who do the people that Doug was supervising, they report to them?
Person who Doug, I don't know Doug.
So there was already a PETA supervisor in there.
Supervisor?
There's already a PETA supervisor. Doug was aware.
Parks and Rec. Parks and Rec, okay.
Or parks.
In the parks department. itself. There was already a PETA supervisor, so they report to that supervisor. So Doug was an additional layer. He spent some time supervising the day-to-day with them, giving them needed, and spent a big chunk of his other time. That role.
On project.
Talk about people, that additional role, spent a lot of time on projects. So now project managers are dealing with the projects.
So we never really needed Doug.
I wouldn't go that far, but we believe in the structure, that taking the project piece out of that particular role, that there's PETA level supervisor there and doesn't have the additional layer above them. I don't want to go down.
No, that's fine. Other questions on this item? And just the the amount, the $23,000. That's a small number. So is that just because it's covering a partial year?
It's a partial.
Any other questions on this item? Okay, comments from public? None? Okay, all in favor of approving the transfer set forth in item 20 of the agenda, please raise your hand. Okay, it is unanimous. Item 21, to hear, consider, and act upon the draft minutes of January 7th, 2025. Motion to hear this item, Mr. Mottola, seconded by Ms. Ruggiero. The draft minutes are page 200 of the posted backup. Are there any comments on the draft minutes? Seeing none, okay, all in favor of approving the draft minutes included in the posted backup? Okay, it is unanimous. Item 22, to hear, consider, and act upon any communications. Tom, do you have anything? No? Thank you for not having anything.
I wonder if we're gonna get the agenda.
The agenda's been posted. Yeah, it's.
Oh, it's on, we're gonna.
Hasn't been emailed.
Jen, Jen can send out an
You
email.
should send it.
Yeah.
But if you go on a web tablet, it's
Yeah, so ahead of time on the,
You had given us a preliminary schedule and that has
so
been
she posts
posted,
that
but
with the
that's
town.
what's stuck, so that's fine.
No, it's not, because it was fair this year. We had all sorts of conflicts, so we had to jigger some departments around. But the final schedule, which departments, which night, it's all, she posts that on the town budget website, and you can see, and I'll ask her to.
Okay, and then is it here? Oh, it's gonna be the place where we're meeting? It's on the agenda, so.
I think it's here the first thing, yeah. Yeah.
There's some conflicts with the
No problem.
There's
I didn't know.
Yeah, and so if everybody, I've heard good things about your new system for submitting questions. Okay.
it's really good.
John's already done it, so.
On and ask questions.
All right.
So if any, the earlier we can ask those,
That's
obviously,
the result of the budget committee.
All right. I'll take a motion to adjourn. Amy seconded by Jim Myers. All right, good night, everyone.
All I know is in these